Hello everyone, and welcome back to Haunted Sleep. I know many of you tune in to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for each of you to leave a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from. And if you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to give a like and subscribe to the channel. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. This story is about the experiences we've had in my apartment in Pasig City. I live with two cousins, one male and one female, and sometimes my parents visit whenever they want. Our apartment is in a compound with neighbors. There are 6 other units, 5 are occupied, and 1 is vacant, right in front of mine. Earlier this year, my male cousin, who lives in the province but often visits Manila, decided to stay with me for a while. Since I work night shifts in a BPO company catering to US customers, I usually leave at night. On one of these nights, he was alone at home, waiting for my female cousin to come back from school. I only have one room with a double-deck bed, but my cousins prefer sleeping in the living room on a mattress because they find it more comfortable. When I got home that morning, my cousin told me he thought I hadn't gone to work because he saw a man lying on my bed. He said the man had long hair and was facing the wall, but when he looked again, the figure disappeared. That same night, he also saw a woman outside our screen door, peeking inside on 2 occasions. He ignored it but later realized we might have unseen entities in the house. Curious, he asked the neighbors about it. They told him that an old man had died under the elevated portion of our bedroom. The man had suffered a heart attack after being locked out of his house for coming home late. The very spot he died in was directly below our bedroom. Our neighbors also mentioned that the lot where the apartments were built used to have a lot of trees and tall grass. Eventually, the owner cleared the land and built apartments to earn money. My female cousin also shared her experiences. One night, after coming home late from school, she saw an old man sitting on the couch outside our house, coughing. Our neighbor, who was nearby, saw him too and asked my cousin, "Do you know him?" She replied, "No," and at that moment, the man disappeared. Another time, she was watching TV when it suddenly turned off by itself. She was alone, and the remote was on the table. There wasn't even a timer set to turn the TV off. The compound's owner has passed away, and the business is now managed by her daughter, who doesn't live in the compound but nearby in Pasig. 2 weeks ago, I invited my best friend over for a few beers. While we were preparing snacks, what we Filipinos call pilutan, he saw a man crouched in the living room, laughing softly. He could see the man's shoulders shaking, but he couldn't see his face because the figure had its back turned. My best friend, who can see ghosts, told me about it. I joked that maybe the man wanted to join us. At the time, it was just me, my female cousin, and my best friend in the house. Last Sunday, my male cousin and I decided to sleep in the living room. I was on a mattress on the floor, and he was on the couch. He fell asleep quickly, but I was still awake. While trying to sleep, I suddenly felt someone touch my waist. I thought it was my cousin messing with me, but when I checked, he was sound asleep. The next morning, I asked him if it was him, but he said no. Before we went to bed that night, we were watching TV, and my cousin said he saw a man pass by and stop right behind him. That's when I realized it must have been one of the spirits in the house. My cousin has the ability to see ghosts, but he tries not to entertain them. He believes that acknowledging one will attract more, and they won't leave him alone until they get what they need. He once told me about a terrifying experience at the hospital where he works as a nurse. He saw someone transform into a large dog and stare straight at him. That incident left him shaken, but he still refuses to fully engage with the paranormal because he fears opening himself up to even more encounters. My family used to own a house in BF Resort, Las Piñas, Manila. Growing up there as a child, I witnessed and heard many unexplainable things that happened to my mom, me, our relatives, friends, and even housemates. When my grandfather bought the house for my parents, there was a large crack running across the living room floor. My dad said the house was purchased from a woman who had a Japanese live-in partner. Rumor had it that the woman killed him to inherit his money. As a baby, we had a maid to take care of me when my mom was at work, unless I was dropped off at my grandparents' house. One day, my mom came home to find the maid speaking wildly in her native dialect, Cebuano. My mom, who only spoke Tagalog and English, was shocked because she could suddenly understand every word the maid was saying. Panicked, she ran around looking for me, only to remember I was with my grandparents. According to her, the maid said that while she was ironing clothes, the whole house seemed to burst into flames. There was no smoke, no fire, just the appearance of flames engulfing everything. The next morning, my parents started looking for a new maid. When I was 6 years old, my mom had the house blessed. I vividly remember that day. I was watching a horror movie in the master's bedroom when my mom called me over. A priest was blessing the living room, and our dog, Saki, kept biting and tugging at the priest's robe. When the priest moved to the kitchen, which had an aquarium nearby, all the fish inside suddenly jumped out, and some of them died. A few days later, my mom and I were watching The Exorcist. After the movie, I felt my pillow depress, as though someone was pushing down on it. It was just me and my mom in the room, and no one else was near me. I told her about it, and she looked at me and said to ignore it and try to sleep. I found out years later that she was terrified but didn't want to scare me at the time. For a while, things seemed normal, except for one nanny who kept telling me not to pray because, according to her, God didn't exist. When I was 9, we renovated the house and extended my room. To do this, they had to tear down the front wall of my room, which faced a large mango tree. Our head carpenter, who later became our maid's boyfriend, told my mom that one night, while sleeping in my room, he woke up to see a girl in white standing in front of the tree. Thinking it was Sally, the maid, he called out her name. The girl didn't respond and just stood there. When he turned to his side, he saw Sally sleeping soundly next to him. He was terrified. As I got older, I started spending more time with my grandparents, who eventually raised me. One of the last times I visited the house was when I was 13. I was sitting at the dining table when the TV suddenly turned on by itself and switched to a blank channel with static. Years later, my mom told me stories about my childhood that I didn't remember. She said I would sometimes wake up at night, point at a window in her room, which faced a large dahat tree, and say a dark man was calling me. She also shared how she would occasionally be resting in her room when a ballerina would float through one wall, dance in front of her, and then pass through the opposite wall. Eventually, my mom moved to Baguio to manage one of our businesses. She asked if I wanted to take the house, but I couldn't imagine living there. Instead, I sold it to the first bidder. Before the sale, I brought a friend with a third eye to the house. I didn't tell her anything beforehand, but she ended up crying in the car, asking why I brought her there. She said an old man was floating in my room, waving at her. My mom once told me that the priest said our house was a portal where spirits constantly passed through. It was a cloudy afternoon during Christmas break, and all the kids in our village were outside playing. I was among them, enjoying the games and the holiday spirit. After a while, I got tired and went home to get a drink. As I entered the house, I heard my brother asking my sister to take a picture of him using her new Nokia phone. He was posing beside the Christmas tree. I grabbed a glass of water and then stood behind my sister to watch. Just as she was about to take the photo, I saw a woman pass behind my brother. She was wearing a white dress and a veil, but what struck me were her eyes. They were completely white, with no pupils. I froze, my eyes wide with shock. I asked my sister if I could see the photo, but she looked terrified and said she had deleted it. Her reaction made me even more uneasy. A few years later, I had another strange experience. My mother gave me a Walkman with a flashlight for Christmas, and I loved playing with it. At the time, I suffered from insomnia and often stayed awake until 2 or 4 in the morning. This habit of staying up late became normal for me. One night, about 3 days after Christmas, I was awake past midnight. Listening to the radio on the Walkman had started to bore me since all the stations were playing old songs I didn't enjoy. I remembered the flashlight feature and began playing with it, flicking it on and off. I got out of bed, went to the bathroom, and started waving the flashlight around in the dark, creating a fun disco ball effect. After a while, I felt sleepy, so I returned to my room. I lay on my bed facing the wall, still flicking the flashlight on and off. Suddenly, in the reflection of the flashlight button, I saw something behind me, a figure standing at the edge of my bed. It was a faceless woman in a white dress, with shoulder-length hair. She stood completely still, as if staring at me. Fear paralyzed me. I couldn't move or even grab my blanket to cover myself. I don't know how long I stared at her, but eventually, I turned off the flashlight, slowly pulled the blanket over me, and began praying. I prayed until I fell asleep. Years later, my cousin, who had joined the church choir in our village, told me something shocking. She said she was talking with her two gifted choir members, Kuya Jeff and Kuya Miggy, not their real names, who could sense spirits. Kuya Miggy told her there was someone in our house. When my cousin nervously asked who, he described a faceless woman with shoulder-length hair hanging around the kitchen. Kuya Jeff confirmed it, and said he often saw her whenever they held choir practice at our house. Hearing this sent chills down my spine. The woman wasn't just a figment of my imagination, as my mom had once told me. From that moment, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling of being watched, especially whenever I was in the bathroom. This story is about the experiences we've had in my apartment in Pasig City. I live with two cousins, one male and one female, and sometimes my parents visit whenever they want. Our apartment is in a compound with neighbors. There are 6 other units, 5 are occupied, and 1 is vacant, right in front of mine. Earlier this year, my male cousin, who lives in the province but often visits Manila, decided to stay with me for a while. Since I work night shifts in a BPO company catering to US customers, I usually leave at night. On one of these nights, he was alone at home, waiting for my female cousin to come back from school. I only have one room with a double-deck bed, but my cousins prefer sleeping in the living room on a mattress because they find it more comfortable. When I got home that morning, my cousin told me he thought I hadn't gone to work because he saw a man lying on my bed. He said the man had long hair and was facing the wall, but when he looked again, the figure disappeared. That same night, he also saw a woman outside our screen door, peeking inside on 2 occasions. He ignored it but later realized we might have unseen entities in the house. Curious, he asked the neighbors about it. They told him that an old man had died under the elevated portion of our bedroom. The man had suffered a heart attack after being locked out of his house for coming home late. The very spot he died in was directly below our bedroom. Our neighbors also mentioned that the lot where the apartments were built used to have a lot of trees and tall grass. Eventually, the owner cleared the land and built apartments to earn money. My female cousin also shared her experiences. One night, after coming home late from school, she saw an old man sitting on the couch outside our house, coughing. Our neighbor, who was nearby, saw him too and asked my cousin, "Do you know him?" She replied, "No." And at that moment, the man disappeared. Another time, she was watching TV when it suddenly turned off by itself. She was alone, and the remote was on the table. There wasn't even a timer set to turn the TV off. The compound's owner has passed away, and the business is now managed by her daughter, who doesn't live in the compound but nearby in Pasig. 2 weeks ago, I invited my best friend over for a few beers. While we were preparing snacks, what we Filipinos call pilutan, he saw a man crouched in the living room, laughing softly. He could see the man's shoulders shaking, but he couldn't see his face because the figure had its back turned. My best friend, who can see ghosts, told me about it. I joked that maybe the man wanted to join us. At the time, it was just me, my female cousin, and my best friend in the house. Last Sunday, my male cousin and I decided to sleep in the living room. I was on a mattress on the floor, and he was on the couch. He fell asleep quickly, but I was still awake. While trying to sleep, I suddenly felt someone touch my waist. I thought it was my cousin messing with me, but when I checked, he was sound asleep. The next morning, I asked him if it was him, but he said no. Before we went to bed that night, we were watching TV, and my cousin said he saw a man pass by and stop right behind him. That's when I realized it must have been one of the spirits in the house. My cousin has the ability to see ghosts, but he tries not to entertain them. He believes that acknowledging one will attract more, and they won't leave him alone until they get what they need. He once told me about a terrifying experience at the hospital where he works as a nurse. He saw someone transform into a large dog and stare straight at him. That incident left him shaken, but he still refuses to fully engage with the paranormal because he fears opening himself up to even more encounters. This unforgettable experience happened when I was in high school. I was part of the volleyball club, and on weekends, we sometimes had sleepovers at a teammate's house for early training sessions. One night, we stayed at a teammate's house. I arrived after dinner and, before entering the gate, felt an eerie vibe. The house and its surroundings seemed dark and heavy, like a shadow hung over the entire place. Still, I brushed it off because I could hear my teammates laughing and joking inside. I joined them, and we all had a great time. Later, we decided to buy a few bottles of beer to help us relax. 2 of the trainees went out to grab 4 bottles, and soon we were drinking, singing, and playing music. Everyone was in good spirits, and we wrapped up around 9:45 p.m. Our team captain then called it a night, and we all got ready for bed. The trainees slept in the living room, others in the vacant rooms, and I was in the owner's room with 3 teammates. Before sleeping, I went to the bathroom near the kitchen to freshen up. The house was dimly lit, but I wasn't thinking about anything scary. I was too sleepy. When I opened the bathroom door, I saw a dark figure standing in the shower area, facing the wall. Alarmed, I fumbled for the light switch and turned it on. As soon as the light filled the room, the figure was gone. I stood frozen, staring at the spot where it had been. I walked closer to the shower area, pulled the curtain back, but nothing was there. Suddenly, I felt a cold wind pass through me, sending chills down my spine. I turned around, and there it was, the shadow figure, leaving the bathroom and heading toward the backyard door. It passed through the door without opening it. Summoning all my courage, I followed it. As I touched the doorknob, a tingling sensation, like tiny needles, ran over my skin, making the hair on my arms stand up. When I opened the door, all I saw was pitch black darkness, so dark that it felt unnatural. I quickly shut the door, hurried through my routine, and went back to the room without saying a word. I turned off the lights and lay down between my teammates. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I felt something heavy pressing down on me. I couldn't breathe, and it felt like I was drowning. Struggling, I managed to open my eyes. The heavy sensation remained, and I saw my teammate on my right, who was close to the wall, shaking and crying. That's when I noticed dark figures on the wall, trying to grab him. Panicking, I shouted his name and pulled him toward me. He woke up, gasping for air, and thanked me. He said that if I hadn't woken him, those things might have taken him away. The room smelled of sulfur, and the heavy feeling lingered. Our other teammate, oblivious to everything, slept through it all. We kept the lights on for the rest of the night. The next morning, as we jogged to school for training, I asked the house owner about the house. At first, he refused to talk about it. When I pressed him, he admitted, "It's haunted," but wouldn't say more. Despite the incident, we continued having sleepovers there since it was the only house big enough for all 13 club members. Each time, we experienced strange things: footsteps in the living room, furniture moving on the second floor, and other unexplained noises. I once asked if they had the house blessed. He said yes, but I wasn't convinced. I'm an American of Filipino descent, or Phil-AM, and back in 1995, I was studying medicine in Quezon City, Philippines. Having grown up in California around other Filipinos, adjusting to life in the Philippines wasn't difficult. I quickly settled in, got a car, and explored the country in my free time. I was also in a relationship with a girl from San Fernando, Pampanga, who was also studying in Metro Manila. On some weekends she'd go home, usually taking a bus. One Friday night, after a long week of school, we were out on the town when she got a call from her parents about a family emergency. She needed to get home right away. Without hesitation, I offered to drive her. San Fernando was about an hour and a half away, so I figured I'd be back home after 1 a.m. We reached her house around midnight. After some small talk with her father, both he and my girlfriend subtly suggested I head back since it was late. I agreed and started my drive back. About 20 minutes into the return trip, I was driving south on the Northern Luzon Expressway, NLEX, at around 60 to 70 miles per hour. The road was completely empty, with only my car lighting the way. The quiet, desolate drive had my senses on high alert. Suddenly, I saw a pair of legs, skinny, wearing red shorts and flip-flops, dart from right to left across the road, directly in front of my car. I swerved, skidded, and hit the legs hard. The impact was loud. Bang! I immediately pulled over, my heart pounding, hands gripping the steering wheel, and my whole body trembling. I sat there, paralyzed, trying to figure out what to do. I just killed someone, I thought to myself. After what felt like forever, I decided to get out and check on the person. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, an overwhelming feeling hit me. It was like I didn't belong there, like I was in danger. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the car. Without hesitation, I jumped back in and sped off, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the car steady. The drive back was nerve-wracking. I was too afraid to glance at the passenger seat or rearview mirror, terrified I might see someone, or something, sitting there. My mind raced, trying to process what had just happened. I was certain I had seen those legs, wearing red shorts and flip-flops, run across the road. I was certain I had hit something. I had heard the bang. I had felt the skid. But the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I couldn't recall seeing a torso or upper body, just legs. Could it have been at the edge of my headlight's beam? Maybe. But why would anyone choose to cross the road at that exact moment, in the middle of the night, when the road was completely empty? They could have easily waited for my car to pass. The following week, I kept expecting to see something in the news about a hit-and-run on the expressway, but there was nothing. Cell phones and internet were still new back then, so I couldn't easily look up more information. Even now, searching for ghost sightings on that road has turned up nothing. When I told my friends, their reactions were mixed. Some were skeptical, others believed me. One friend brought up a great point. If I had hit someone at that speed, my car should have had some kind of damage. But when I checked, my car was completely unharmed. To this day, I still don't know what happened. But one thing is certain, what I saw that night wasn't normal. It's an experience I'll never forget. I was 7 years old when my aunt passed away from ovarian cancer in Leganés, Iloilo, Philippines. Her death was devastating. She was only 30 years old, newly married, and left behind 3 very young children. On the second night of her wake, I was bullying her youngest son. We were fighting over a toy, and I ended up hitting him on the thigh with a wooden stick, leaving a bruise. I was a terrible bully back then. As punishment, my mom locked me in a room on the second floor of my aunt's house. The room was dark and old, with just one bed and a window. I was terrified and cried, begging to be let out, but no one listened. Eventually, I got tired and fell asleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a strong slap on my thigh. It felt like someone had spanked me hard, but when I looked around, no one was there. The door was still padlocked from the outside, so no one could have come in. I screamed for help, but the room was too far from the stairs for anyone to hear me. Feeling helpless, I crawled back into bed, tucked myself under the blanket, and fell asleep again. At 5 a.m., I woke up to another hard whip on my thigh. This time, the door was wide open. I immediately ran out of the room and down the stairs. As I passed my aunt's casket, I noticed something strange. No one was watching over it. The house was eerily quiet. Suddenly, I heard a soft humming, like a mother singing a lullaby to her baby. My body froze as I realized the sound was coming from my aunt's casket. Terrified, I ran outside, where I found my mom and other relatives preparing food for the visitors. I told them what had happened, but no one believed me. My mom even asked how I had managed to get out of the locked room. After the burial, we returned to Manila. Life seemed to return to normal, until one night. As I was about to sleep, I saw a woman leaning against my closet. She was wearing the same dress my aunt had been buried in. Her face was unclear, blending into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Frightened, I ran to my parents' room and asked if I could sleep there. My mom agreed, and I settled on a couch about 4 meters from their bed. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of crying. I saw a woman sitting at the edge of my parents' bed, her hands covering her face as she sobbed. Worried, I asked her 3 times, "Mom, what's wrong?" She didn't respond. That's when I realized it wasn't my mom. I could clearly see my mom and dad sleeping beside her. Panicking, I screamed to wake my parents. The woman disappeared instantly. My parents woke up, thinking I was hallucinating. They even checked if I had a fever, but I was fine. The next day, I told them what I saw, but they didn't believe me. This happened 25 years ago, but I still remember every detail vividly. I'm 32 years old now, yet the memories of those events remain as clear as if they happened yesterday. This happened when I was in university, working on a research paper with my classmate and not her real name. We were in my dorm room late at night since my 3 roommates were away for the weekend. It was just the 2 of us. At around 2 a.m., I finished my paper and decided to lie on my bed while Anne continued working on hers. I wasn't sleepy, just tired from sitting for hours. After about 10 minutes, Anne finished too, and she came over to lie beside me. We started talking about our research papers and upcoming assignments. While we were chatting, 3 words began forming in my mind. It wasn't sudden, they felt like they were swimming in my thoughts, trying to grab my attention. These words seemed to tempt me, almost as if they wanted me to say them. Even now, I can't remember what the words were. It feels like something blocks me whenever I try to recall them, maybe out of fear. But back then, I instinctively recognized the words as Latin. I've never studied Latin, but for some reason, I just knew. Eventually, I acknowledged the words in my mind and silently repeated them. That's when everything changed. I felt like I was being pulled into a small, suffocating space. The air around me grew warm and humid, like I was trapped. I couldn't move. As I tried to make sense of what was happening, and suddenly said, "Anong kailangan mo? Di mo ba alam na nagpapanga ako? What do you want? Don't you know I'm resting?" Her voice sounded strange. There were 2 overlapping tones. One was hers, and the other was a deeper, male voice. It was as if both voices merged into one, creating an entirely different sound. It was eerie. Then Anne said, "Nay, te, oki lang ako, Mom, Dad, I'm okay." I had no idea what was going on. As she spoke, an image appeared vividly in my mind. It was a photograph of 3 people smiling at the camera. On the left was a woman, in the center a man, and the third person, whose gender I can't remember, was on the right. They were wearing light yellow uniforms, which looked like company attire. The image zoomed in on the man in the center. Just as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. I felt a cool breeze wash over me, and it was as if I had been freed from that oppressive space, and returned to talking normally, completely unaware of what had happened. I gasped for air, feeling like I hadn't breathed in a long time. Some might say I was just dreaming or hallucinating from exhaustion. As someone with a background in social sciences and psychology, I can analyze myself and come up with logical explanations. But the experience has stayed with me for years, and I've never forgotten it. What bothers me most is the sense of guilt I've carried since then. I feel like I was supposed to do something with the message I received, The man in the image said he was okay, but what about his parents? Were they grieving and in need of comfort? It feels silly because I have no concrete information to act on, yet the guilt remains. I'm sharing this story not to convince anyone or seek attention but to release this burden. Perhaps someone out there might recognize the description of the photo, 3 Filipinos in yellow uniforms. If it resonates, you now know his message. If not, thank you for reading. As for the Latin words, I've stopped trying to figure them out. It feels safer not to know. I've researched the paranormal for years and experienced strange things, but I'm not eager for more. I'm just a scaredy cat who stumbled into something I didn't understand. If you have insights about the words, feel free to share their meaning, but please don't tell me the words themselves. I don't want to risk repeating that night. In January 2012, I took a 1-month vacation and flew back to the Philippines. I was hesitant to stay in our family house because it had been closed for nearly 9 years. Someone would visit weekly to clean, but no one had lived there in all that time. The first night was uneventful. My Aunt Joy and her 3 kids stayed with me. We all slept in the living room since it was spacious and well lit. None of us dared to sleep in the bedrooms. One of the lights was broken, and the rooms felt far too creepy. After a week, I started sensing that something was off. One night, I woke up around 3 a.m. because my youngest cousin, who was just a year old, was crying. We always slept with the lights on, and as I opened my eyes and adjusted to the brightness, I glanced at my cousin. What I saw left me frozen in fear. A black, shadowy figure was standing right in front of her, staring at her intently. Panicking, I shook my aunt awake. Aunt Joy! Aunt Joy! Wake up! She opened her eyes and asked what was wrong. The shadow disappeared as soon as she stirred. I told her what I had seen, and she immediately became worried, especially since my cousin was still crying. I grabbed my rosary, placing it beside my cousin, then sprinkled salt and placed a large knife nearby, things that are said to ward off spirits. After that, my cousin calmed down and fell asleep. The next morning, my aunt's second child started acting strangely and developed a high fever. That night, I was relieved when my cousin Dale and my uncle, who's about the same age as me, visited us. Dale doesn't believe in ghosts, but does believe in demons. Feeling safer with them around, we spent the night chatting and drinking. At one point, I took a photo of Dale using my phone. Later, we decided to sleep. My uncle mentioned hearing heavy footsteps in the hallway, and although it's usually hot in the Philippines, the house felt unusually cold that night, chillingly cold. I told him to go to sleep, trying to hide my own fear. The next day, everything seemed fine until around 4 p.m. I was sitting outside on a katra, a bamboo bed used for relaxing, when I saw a white shadow pass in front of me. I brushed it off, thinking it was just my imagination. But 5 minutes later, I saw it again, more clearly this time. It was floating in midair. Terrified, I ran to the gate and then to the nearest store, where my aunt was. Dale and my uncle were out playing basketball, so I had no one to turn to. Similar occurrences continued to happen. One night, I tried sleeping in the master bedroom with Dale and my other cousin, Jen. But I ran out after feeling an icy hand touch my leg. Before returning to Italy, I went through the photos on my phone. One picture I had taken of Dale on the night he first visited stood out. There was something strange on his shoulder. Everyone who saw it said it looked like a face. Dale, scared, told me to delete the photo. I also took pictures of the house and saw numerous orbs floating around. The black shadow I first saw standing over my cousin didn't stay in the house, it followed me. I sought help, and they told me the shadow was drawn to me because of my bubbly and talkative personality. To this day, the shadow still follows me. Even now, I'm afraid to sleep at night with the lights off. Whenever I turn them off, I feel a chilling sensation and an overwhelming sense that something unseen is staring at me. In 2010, I moved to the Philippines for college and enrolled in a nursing program at a university. Most of our major nursing classes were held on the 5th floor, where the nursing laboratories were located. The lab was a large room divided into two parts. One side was the classroom, and the other was a replica hospital room. The replica hospital had hospital beds lined up on one side and a small room that was labeled the operating room. In the classroom, the armchairs were arranged like a theater, with each row set higher than the one in front. The seats faced the replica hospital, but a large divider, stretching from the floor to the ceiling, separated the two areas. I usually sat in the front row because of my eyesight. The instructors would keep the divider closed, saying it helped prevent us from getting distracted by the replica hospital. At the time, as freshmen, we didn't understand what they meant. One day during a lecture, the divider was left halfway open, giving us a clear view of the replica hospital, including the operating room. I happened to be sitting directly across from the operating room door. About halfway through the lecture, my eyes started to feel tired, so I took off my glasses and zoned out. I found myself staring at the operating room door, which had a small glass window. At first, I thought I was imagining things when I noticed light reflecting on and off the window. I assumed the light was coming from car headlights outside, until I realized we were on the 5th floor. There was no way that was possible. Alarmed, I put my glasses back on to take a closer look. The door was swinging back and forth at a steady, rhythmic pace, as if someone was pushing it for fun. I wondered if it might be the wind, but there were no windows in the replica hospital that could let in air from outside. I stared at the door, mesmerized, as it continued to move on its own. The person sitting next to me noticed I was fixated on something and followed my gaze. When she saw the door moving, she gasped. Our reaction caught the instructor's attention, and she asked what we were looking at. We pointed to the operating room door and told her it was swinging on its own. Calmly, she turned around and aimed her laser pointer at the door. The moment the red light from the laser touched the door, it stopped moving. The room fell completely silent. Without saying a word, the instructor walked over and shut the divider. She didn't comment on what had just happened, and the lecture continued as if nothing unusual had occurred. Another time, I saw someone in white walking at the far end of the replica hospital. Since clinical instructors and students all wore white uniforms, I didn't think much of it and assumed it was one of the instructors. But after about 20 minutes, I started to wonder why the person hadn't come into the classroom to start the lecture. Just then, the instructor walked in, out of breath, and apologized for being late. These encounters weren't unusual. Many clinical instructors and students had their own stories about the nursing laboratory. We'd heard plenty of unsettling tales, but I never thought I'd experience something firsthand. To add to the eerie atmosphere, the 4th floor directly below the nursing lab housed the cadaver room. In 1996, when I was just 7 years old, my family and I lived in a small house in Baluag, Bulacan. We were a simple, happy family back then, but something happened that changed everything. One afternoon, my mother and I went for a walk near the basketball court. The court was surrounded by tall acacia trees, and I felt a strange, unsettling vibe in the area. My mother and I noticed the trees had long, black fruits that resembled tamarind. Curious, I wanted to get closer to see them. My mom picked a few of the fruits for me to play with, but I wanted more. To please me, she picked up a stone and threw it at the tree, causing a bunch of fruits to fall. I was thrilled and happily brought them home to play with. That night, I was woken up by a loud scream. It was my mother. "H," she cried out. "I don't want to be with you. Let me go," she shouted from her bedroom. Confused and scared, I tried to go into the room, but my dad wouldn't let me in. I could still hear my mom screaming. While I was sitting in the living room, my uncle suddenly arrived. "Where's your mom?" he asked urgently. I pointed toward the bedroom, and he rushed in. The door had accidentally been left ajar, so I quietly slipped inside to see what was happening. My uncle was kneeling beside the bed, holding my mom's hand while she lay there motionless. Suddenly, I heard a deep, unfamiliar voice say, "Sumamakasakan, come with me." At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then my uncle responded. Iwan and mo on katawaning babang ito, leave this woman's body. The voice replied firmly. On babang ito I can sapikat kinahon naya on kayaman and ko. This woman is mine because she took my treasure. We were all frozen in shock. Then, without warning, my mom disappeared from the bed. My dad finally noticed I was there and tried to shield me. But it was too late. I had already seen everything. We searched the room and found her in the living room, standing and talking to someone invisible. As I stared at her, I noticed the shadow of a large man on the wall, cast by the light from the bulb outside. Then the voice spoke again. Mamalai ka, an anak moo ikao? Choose, your son or yourself? The next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital. I was wearing a white shirt, and my mother was lying in a bed next to mine. My dad told me we had both been unconscious for 4 days. He also revealed something chilling. Every night while we were asleep, a shadow of a man would appear outside the window of our room. What made it even scarier was that we were on the 7th floor, and there was no ledge or platform where anyone could stand. To this day, I don't know where that shadow came from or why it haunted us. But I am grateful that my mom and I were able to wake up and move on from that experience. I'm happy now, and I never want to see that shadow again. Before I moved to live with my husband, I was raising my son with the help of my mom. One evening, around 6 p.m., I was washing my son after he had finished pooping. The bathroom door was open, and I noticed my son staring at it intently. Curious, I asked him what he saw. He didn't respond but pointed at the door. I asked again if he saw someone, and he finally said, "Man." I asked for confirmation. "Is there a man at the door?" He nodded yes. I tried to look into his eyes, hoping to catch a reflection of whatever he had seen, but there was nothing. I reassured him. "There's no one at the door." But as we left the bathroom, he tugged at me, hesitant to pass by the door. Later, I told my grandma, who was home with us at the time, about the incident, but she just shrugged it off. When my parents came home from work, I shared the story with them too, but they said it was probably just my son's imagination. Still, I felt uneasy because children, especially at 2 years old, are said to be sensitive to the paranormal, unable to distinguish it from reality. Our family is religious and prays the Holy Rosary every night. That evening, while we were halfway through the prayer, my son, who had been playing quietly, suddenly stopped and stared at the space between the living room and the dining area. He ran to me, shouting, "Mama!" and hugged me tightly, pointing at the spot where I assumed he saw something. My dad, who I thought was skeptical, immediately grabbed holy water and sprinkled it on the area. The next day, my son developed a fever. In the Philippines, there's a belief that children often get fevers after encountering something paranormal. In Cebuano, this is called bayag. It's said to be a sign that they'd been startled or unsettled by something unseen. The following day, worried it might happen again, I stayed with my grandma in the living room while waiting for my parents to come home. I went to the dining area to get a glass of water from the fridge when something caught my eye in my peripheral vision. I jumped in shock and turned to look. Standing there was the figure of a man dressed in brown clothes and wearing a large hat, similar to those worn by members of the Katipunan. He was looking at my son, who was playing with my grandma. I couldn't make out his expression, but I felt he was smiling. It seemed like whatever this was, it was fond of my son. I told my grandma what I saw, and she simply said, "Maybe it was just a passerby." Strangely, I only ever experienced such things in that house. After moving in with my husband and now raising 2 kids, I've never encountered anything like it again, nor has my son. However, something unusual happened recently. In February, I came down with chickenpox and had to isolate from my kids. My mom took them to my hometown for nearly 2 weeks while I recovered. After I was no longer contagious, we fetched them and brought them back home. My younger son, who was just over a year old, started waking up at around 3 a.m., crying and jerking awake. He seemed restless, unlike his usual behavior during the day. This went on for 2 days, so my husband and I decided to take him to an albulario, a traditional faith healer. The albulario asked if my son had been waking up at 3 a.m. surprised. I said yes and asked how she knew. She explained that an entity had been playing with him. Then she asked if there was a big mango tree near our home. I said no, but it made me think of my parents' house, where a large mango tree stood right outside the window of the room my sons had stayed in. After the visit to the albulario, my son returned to his normal self. Whatever it was, the faith healer seemed to have resolved it. This happened when I was 12, but I feel compelled to share it. There's an urban legend at Central Luzon State University, CLSU, where I later earned my bachelor's degree in home economics. The university is known for paranormal activity, and one of the most infamous entities is the Black Lady. Let me start with my friend M's experience with this entity. M is gifted, and the Black Lady seemed to have resided near their house by a plantation when she was around 6 or 7 years old. One late night, M and her sister were sleeping in their room, safely inside a mosquito net. Suddenly, M sat up and grabbed her sister's arm painfully, pointing to one edge of the net near the window. "There's a ghost!" she kept insisting. Her sister couldn't see anything, but M described the figure as wearing a veil, with an angry, witch-like expression. The figure also wore a black dress. It lingered near the net for a few seconds before vanishing. Their house wasn't just known for this incident. Students who passed by their terrace at night often reported seeing a black-clad woman standing there. M and her sister even found bottled fetuses buried in their backyard once, which might explain the hauntings. There was also a mysterious bell that rang in one room, and a white lady had been seen in their living room. For now, though, I'll stick to the story of the Black Lady to avoid confusion. The Black Lady is also blamed for several deaths at CLSU, often occurring yearly. Some victims were students, while others were residents of the university. One well-known incident involved an elderly woman who had a fatal accident on the highway. Witnesses claimed to have seen the Black Lady just before the accident. Now let me share my experience. This happened in the 1990s when my family was living in the university. We attended a picnic at Nature Park, a beautiful area with fish ponds and trees where university employees and their families often gathered. I got bored at one point, so I decided to take a walk near a fish pond. A group of trees stood ahead of me, about 15 feet away, with nothing blocking my view. Suddenly, I saw a tall, thin, black figure floating between the trees. It appeared from behind one tree and vanished behind another. Its movements were strange, unlike anything I'd ever seen. Being a curious 12-year-old, I was tempted to investigate. I stood there for a moment, debating whether to approach the trees or head back to my family. I decided it was best to return to the picnic. It still puzzles me. The sighting happened late in the afternoon, and I always thought ghosts only appeared at night. That day, I couldn't be sure if what I saw was truly paranormal, but the memory of that figure stuck with me. To this day, people say the Black Lady still wanders the university, haunting those who cross her path. Whether she truly causes deaths, no one can say for sure, but her presence continues to fuel chilling stories and the legend lives on. I've always been fascinated by the supernatural. To be honest, I'd even considered the idea of making my sixth sense, or third eye, as we call it in my country, more sensitive. The third eye is said to allow a person to see beyond what our normal eyes can perceive. I have friends who have this gift. One of them told me she got hers when a gifted child prayed while holding her forehead, essentially unlocking her ability to see things from another realm. Part of me wants to put my curiosity to rest by experiencing what these gifted people can see or communicate with. Another friend once shared stories of beings from a different dimension, creatures with a single eye in the middle of their foreheads. According to her, these beings have families and live in places much like our world. Still, I find myself questioning whether I truly want this gift. I'm aware of the responsibilities it might bring, the unseen burdens from beings beyond our understanding. If I ever embrace it, I want it to be my decision, not influenced by others. Lately, I've also been curious about the forbidden art of witchcraft, which is taboo in my country. Meeting a real witch and learning about their knowledge would be fascinating. But I wonder, am I brave enough to face the unknown? What keeps pulling me toward the paranormal is the mystery of it all. There are things no one, not even science, can explain. If I could go back to that haunted apartment where I once lived, I'd try to communicate with the entities there. My sixth sense is somewhat sensitive, and I've decided to take note of every strange experience that happens to me. Even if it's scary, my curiosity always seems to get the better of me. A friend of mine once had an encounter with what she called nature spirits, or shadow people. It's a story more frightening than any I've experienced. She's a smoker, and I'd often accompany her to a small store near my apartment to buy cigarettes. One late night, as we stood near the gate of my apartment, she said she saw a shadow standing beside a parked car. We stayed outside a little longer, chatting, until it got even later. On our way back to the apartment, we passed by a small body of water near a resort. During the day, the pond is covered with hyacinths and lilies. That night she started mumbling about red eyes and saying, "They're coming out of the water." I let her walk ahead, concerned about her odd behavior but also curious. Once we were safely inside, she asked me if I'd noticed small feet walking with us. I had no idea what she was talking about. Apparently, I'm not sensitive enough. She explained that small red-eyed beings had risen from the pond and followed us back. She believed they were nature spirits, but I had no clue what they could be. My own experience was similar, and it happened in the same setting. One night, we went to the store again for her cigarettes. It was late, and I remember it was drizzling. There were cement benches near the store, and I sat across from her. About 10 feet away were 2 small papaya trees. As I vented to her about my frustrations with my dishonest roommate, I suddenly saw a shadow move between the trees. It looked like it took a step to the right, then disappeared into thin air. I froze, staring into the darkness. It didn't make sense. Who would stand out there in the rain? If it was a person, I would have seen their form clearly. But the shadow seemed to dissolve as it moved. Distraught, I turned my back to the trees and told my friend what I had seen. What she told me only made things worse. She said that as we were walking to the store earlier, she had already seen the tall shadow standing silently between the papaya trees. Although I'm Filipina, I grew up in California. During my childhood, my parents decided to buy a house in the Philippines where they planned to retire someday. In 1998, when I was about 6 or 7 years old, we moved to the Philippines for a few years. English was my first language, so while I could understand a little Tagalog, I couldn't speak it well. I went through many live-in nannies during that time, and each one had their own stories to tell. It was then that I discovered my love for scary stories. I've been holding on to this particular story for a while. While I believe in ghosts, I always thought myths about creatures like the aswang were just stories meant to entertain or frighten kids. The aswang, also known as kikik or tik-tik depending on the region, is said to be a night-flying creature with bird-like features, glowing eyes, and giant wings. These beings prey on pregnant women and children, using their long tongues to feast on blood or internal organs. After many nanny changes, we finally found one who clicked with me. Her name was Joanne, and she became my very own Mary Poppins. With her in place, my parents focused on hiring housekeepers to handle cooking and cleaning. Most came and went quickly, some were lazy, others were thieves, and a few were downright creepy. Among the latter were Lita and Helen, 2 elderly housekeepers from a remote mountain province. Lita and Helen told me countless stories about mythical creatures in Filipino folklore. Our house at the time was in a new subdivision surrounded by open fields and trees, which made Lita's stories about the aswang particularly chilling. She told me they preferred areas with lots of trees and open space but reassured me that they couldn't enter houses made of cement and steel. In the middle of 2000, my parents left for their annual trip to California to visit my older sister, leaving me in the care of Joanne, Lita, and Helen. One night, I was looking out the front window, admiring the calm evening. My nanny even commented on how peaceful it was. Moments later, shouting erupted from the back of the house where the large kitchen was. I ran to see what was going on. I found Helen struggling to keep the screen door shut against strong winds, while Lita stood outside holding a machete, yelling into the trees. The backyard, which had been calm just minutes earlier, was now chaotic. The massed trees swayed violently as if caught in a typhoon. I could make out some of what Lita was shouting. "Go away! There's no child here! I'm not afraid of you, and I'll cut your tongue off if you come closer!" Confused, I tried to approach Helen at the door, but she told Joanne to take me back inside, cover me with a blanket, and not let me out of her sight. I ran to the living room and looked out the front window, curious. Strangely, everything in the front yard was still calm, even as the backyard was in turmoil. Joanne pulled me away and tucked me under a blanket on the couch. I lay there, listening to the commotion until things finally quieted down. Afterward, Lita and Helen went around the house, making sure all windows and doors were securely locked. From that night on, I began hearing a strange bird-like call. Ki-ki-ki. It was different from the bats I'd seen near our mango tree. This sound was louder, more persistent, like the cry of a predator. I was told it was a kikik, and even if it sounded far away, it could be circling your roof or perched on top of it. One night, Lita warned me to sleep far from the windows. Our bedrooms were upstairs, and I usually slept in my parents' room, which had large windows on either side of the bed. That night, Joanne and I slept on the floor at the foot of the bed. I couldn't sleep, so I lay there listening to the ki-ki-ki calls in the distance. Suddenly, I heard scratching above me. It sounded like a large animal with sharp claws digging into the roof. It was nothing like the sounds a rat or cat would make. When I whispered to Joanne, the scratching became more frantic, almost desperate. She hushed me, and we lay there silently as the noise continued. I was so terrified that I cried myself to sleep. When my parents returned from California, I told them everything. They didn't believe me and were upset with Lita and Helen for filling my head with scary stories. The 2 housekeepers were dismissed and replaced with younger, less eccentric ones. A few weeks later, one of the new housekeepers, Rosalinda, told Joanne that she'd seen something strange. She had woken up early one morning to hang laundry and noticed a large bird perched outside my bedroom window, peering inside. When the bird noticed her, it turned its glowing yellow eyes toward her before flying away. To this day, I'm not sure what to believe. I never actually saw the swang, so it's hard to say if it was real. For all I know, the sounds and events could have been caused by something explainable. Or maybe it was some undiscovered flying creature like a pterodactyl. All I know is that everything I've shared is true, and it remains the most terrifying experience of my life. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal, maybe because I was born on Halloween. As a child, it felt unusual for our traditional Chinese family to celebrate my birthday with spooky themes. Growing up in the late 80s in the Philippines, I loved watching Maganda and Gabby Bayan's Halloween specials. These stories sparked my curiosity about the supernatural. Although I'm unsure if I have a sixth sense, people around me seem to experience strange things often. Over time, I've had my own share of eerie encounters, which became more frequent during high school. One afternoon, I was hanging out at home with some classmates when we suddenly felt like we were being watched. Not long after, we heard a woman crying. Startled, we ran out of the house. Though we couldn't explain it, the sound was unforgettable. A similar unease returned when my girlfriend, who was visiting, claimed to have seen my late grandmother standing at the top of the stairs in her favorite purple dress. She also described seeing my uncle, who had passed away tragically. She said his face was bloodied, which matched what my mom once described in a dream where he appeared asking for soap to wash his face. The connection left me shaken. Another strange moment happened when my sister invited her friends over. One of them claimed to see a large shadowy figure near our dining table. I later realized this started after my cousin brought old furniture into our house from another place. The atmosphere in that area has felt heavy ever since. During college, I had an eerie experience at school. While walking near the fire exit, I saw a boy crying. When I looked back, he was gone. My girlfriend saw him too, which confirmed it wasn't my imagination. The school had a reputation for being haunted, with stories about toilets flushing on their own in the girls' restroom. My professor and girlfriend even experienced it firsthand. Later, while working at a university in Manila, I often heard children laughing and playing in an empty computer lab. Once, I saw a toddler running in the hallway, giggling. Oddly, it seemed like there was an umbilical cord attached to him. It was unnerving, but I didn't feel threatened. At another job, I avoided the main restroom and used the elementary restroom instead. One day, I saw a girl crying inside. When I asked her why she was there, she disappeared, and the faucet turned on by itself. The incident gave me chills. My sister also had strange experiences when she lived in a condo. Doors would slam shut without reason, and objects would disappear, only to reappear after scolding the unseen presence. When a Reiki master cleansed the space, they discovered several malevolent spirits. She eventually moved back home, but even then, she encountered strange things. During her Reiki training, she claimed to see shadow figures and even had a ghost mimic her voice, which was unsettling. Even at work, I've had odd encounters. Once, while alone in the office early in the morning, I heard typing on a keyboard, though no one else was there. Another time, during a training trip in Cebu, I was pushed by something invisible while returning a speaker to the basement of an old building. On my way back upstairs, I saw a child jump out at me. He had no face, and his appearance left me frozen in fear. When I asked the staff about it, they told me a child had died there years ago. During a work trip to Subic, I stayed in a place with a dark history. Locals said it was once used as a dumping ground for victims of violence, and many believed their spirits still lingered. On our first night, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. One of my colleagues, who could sense spirits, confirmed the place was filled with malevolent entities. We left immediately and stayed elsewhere. These experiences have made me more cautious but also deeply curious about the unknown. While I've learned to live with these encounters, they remain a constant reminder of how much there is that we still don't understand. Blue Mountains is an underdeveloped subdivision in Antipolo City, Philippines. It has a road connecting Marcos Highway and Samilong Highway, making it a convenient shortcut. Early in the morning, between 4:30 and 6 a.m., it's bustling with health-conscious people exercising and commuters heading to work or school. However, at night, it's a completely different place. The road is dark, lined with only 3 houses and vacant lots filled with tall grass. It's known as a dangerous area, often used by criminals to dump dead bodies. Over the past 5 years, about 50 bodies have been found there, if not more. Despite its reputation, my friends and I often visited a 24-hour fast food place at the upper street corner of Blue Mountains. It was the only place nearby open late, with a large alfresco area for smokers. To get there, we always had to drive through the dark and eerie Blue Mountains, no matter how unsettling it was. One night in November 2014, we had an experience there that we will never forget. Around 3 a.m., after hanging out at the fast food place, we decided to head home. There were 4 of us inside the SUV, me, my boyfriend Rex, and 2 of our friends, except for our youngest friend, Magic. He insisted on clinging to the roof railings of the SUV for fun, despite us telling him to get inside. We decided to play a prank on him. Rex started the car with Magic still clinging onto the roof railings. He drove until we reached the darkest part of Blue Mountains. Suddenly, Magic's playful, excited screams turned into terrified cries. Something had changed in his tone, and it sounded like he was truly scared. We got worried, so Rex stopped the SUV near a tree, intending to check on Magic and take a quick pee. Rex, being the prankster, decided to continue teasing Magic. He got back into the car and locked all the doors, leaving Magic outside. Magic began screaming in panic. "Guys, open the door! Let me in! Let me in!" I felt bad for him and tried to unlock the doors, but the locks kept clicking back into place. I turned to Rex, telling him to stop messing around, but he said, "I'm not locking the doors. Look, here are my hands." He held his hands up to show me he wasn't touching anything. Chills ran through me as I realized. Who is locking the doors? I tried unlocking them 5 more times, but each time they locked again on their own. Finally, the locking stopped, and Magic managed to climb inside. Just as half of his body was inside, we saw something. A white figure rushed past the front of the vehicle so fast we barely registered it. Then, we heard a loud bang at the rear left of the SUV. Our friends in the back seat immediately turned to check, but there was no one outside. The road was completely empty. We all went pale with fear. As soon as we arrived at our friend's studio, we grabbed a flashlight to inspect the rear left side of the car. To our horror, we found a handprint exactly where we'd heard the bang. None of us could explain what had happened. Even Abby, one of our friends who had always dismissed ghost stories, admitted that night she believed in spirits. We couldn't shake the feeling that we had disturbed something, resting souls, perhaps, and that they had decided to play with us instead. That drive through Blue Mountains is something none of us will ever forget. In 1996, when I was just 8 years old, we lived in a small Bahay Kubo, Nipa hut, in Naga, Samboanga Sibige. Life was simple, and we were a big family with happy times. But strange things started happening that I'll never forget. One afternoon, around noon, I was at home alone. My older siblings were at school, and my parents were at the farm with my 2 younger siblings. I had been sleeping but woke up suddenly because I heard tiny voices saying, "Ayan na! Ayan na! Yeehee! Guysing na siya! Here we go! She's awake now!" I thought I might be dreaming, but the voices felt so real that I couldn't ignore them. Still half asleep, I got up and walked outside, thinking it might be some kids playing a prank. I was ready to scold whoever it was. But when I stepped out, I stopped in shock. Right there on a big rock near our house, I saw a tiny man and woman, no bigger than my 3rd finger. The woman was wearing a bikini, and the man had on swimming trunks. They were splashing and playing in the rainwater that had collected in the holes on the rock. I froze, unable to move, just staring at them for a few seconds. Then fear took over, and I screamed and ran as fast as I could to my Ninang's godmother's house nearby. When I got there, I was cold, sweating, and shaking all over. My Ninang looked at me with concern and asked what had happened. Struggling to catch my breath, I told her, "I saw a tiny man and woman on the big rock near our house. They were so small, and they were wearing swimsuits." She listened, but then she told me it was just my imagination and not to think too much about it. I wanted to believe her, but I knew what I saw was real. I decided not to tell my parents because I didn't want to cause any trouble, so I just tried to forget about it. But deep down I couldn't. A couple of years later, when I was 10, something even scarier happened. By then, we still lived in the same Bahay Kubo, which had one room divided into sections. My parents and 2 younger siblings slept on one side, while I shared the other side with my older siblings. The living room and kitchen were downstairs, and all the doors inside the house had no covers, so you could see into other parts of the house easily. One night, while everyone was asleep, I woke up feeling strange and restless. I realized I was lying near the door, which confused me because I always slept in the center of the bed. I was about to close my eyes again when I noticed something near the dining table. It was my younger sister, Bibi, sitting at the table and staring at me. She was wearing a black dress and was perfectly still. At first, I thought it was strange but not scary. I wondered why she was awake at that hour. Then, out of curiosity, I turned to look into the other room where my parents were sleeping. That's when I saw Bibi lying next to my father, sound asleep. My heart started racing. I looked back at the dining table, and the figure was no longer sitting. It was now standing at the door, staring directly at me. I wanted to scream but couldn't. I shut my eyes tightly, praying for it to go away. I don't know how, but I managed to roll toward the center of the bed, shaking in fear. Somehow, I fell asleep again. When I woke up in the morning, everything seemed normal, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. Since those two incidents, strange things have continued to happen, especially every February. Now I'm 23, and while I don't see tiny people or doppelgangers anymore, I still hear strange voices and unexplainable noises. Those early experiences were just the start of my creepy encounters, and I know there's more to share someday. I live in Las Piñas City, in the southern part of Metro Manila. There's nothing particularly spooky about my house or neighborhood, but I've experienced sleep paralysis before. The one time I'll never forget was terrifying, dark, and haunting, far worse than anything I've experienced since. It happened in October or November of 2010. I was 17 years old. My aunt went out with friends that night, and my brother was staying over at our cousin's house. I was alone at home. Around 10 or 11 p.m., I started feeling hungry, so I made some instant Korean noodles and watched TV while eating. After finishing my meal, I stayed on the couch watching TV for about an hour and a half until I started feeling sleepy. I decided to head to the bedroom. I turned on the air conditioner, switched off the lights, I can't sleep with them on, and got into bed. Like I usually did, I spent a bit of time playing games on my phone and checking random stuff until I got too tired to keep my eyes open. When I finally felt ready, I put my phone away and closed my eyes. I'm not sure how long I had been asleep when it happened. Suddenly, I felt like I was half asleep and half awake, as if I were trapped between a dream and reality. I could see myself lying there, but something felt wrong. I had this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in the room. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was completely numb. My bed was positioned against the wall to my left, and the door was about 7 feet away on my right. Adjacent to the door was a cabinet. That's when I saw it, a black figure standing in front of the cabinet. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house. Maybe it was a thief, or worse, someone there to hurt me. I panicked and tried desperately to move, but nothing worked. My arms and legs wouldn't budge. I tried screaming for help, but no sound came out, just a weak, muffled noise. The figure began to move. It wasn't human. It had no face, no features, just a black hood and a cape-like shadow surrounding it. It started circling the room slowly, and I could feel its presence growing stronger. I realized this wasn't a person but something else entirely. Fear gripped me as I continued trying to force my body to move. The figure came closer and stood beside me, looming over my frozen body. I could feel its gaze even though it didn't have a face. It didn't say a word, but its presence was suffocating. It leaned in as if watching me closely. I was paralyzed, unable to scream or push it away. Everything became fuzzy after that. I must have snapped out of the paralysis because I managed to sit up and scream. Aunt! Aunt! I thought I saw her enter the room, but she was blurry, like a shadow. Then I realized it wasn't her. It was just part of the dream, or whatever I was experiencing. Somehow, the paralysis ended. I woke up the next morning, shaken but relieved that it was over. I never told my aunt about what happened that night, and she's never mentioned anything strange either. Some people say it could have been caused by the noodles I ate before bed, but I'm not convinced. I've had sleep paralysis since then, but nothing has ever come close to that terrifying experience. Our house has never felt spooky or unusual, but that night was something I'll never forget. This experience happened during my food and beverage OJT, on-the-job training, back in August 2012. I was assigned, along with my best friend and classmate, to one of the most famous hotels in Zamboanga City. Our supervisor, Sir RJ, gave us individual assignments in different areas of the hotel. I was assigned to the walk-in restaurant by the poolside. One sunny afternoon, I noticed an old woman approaching the entrance of the restaurant. She looked to be in her mid-70s, with very pale skin, almost white, and she seemed to be of Chinese descent. She was alone. I walked toward her with a smile and greeted her warmly. "Table for one, ma'am?" I asked politely. She nodded and returned my smile. I guided her to a vacant table near the garden area and handed her the menu. "This is our menu for the day, ma'am. May I take your order?" I asked. She pointed to the dessert section, specifically at the Halo Halo, a popular Filipino mixed dessert. "Just one large Halo Halo, ma'am? Nothing else?" I confirmed, and she nodded again with a soft smile. I immediately went to the counter to place her order. For some reason, the staff at the counter seemed uneasy, almost as if something was bothering them. Even my fellow waiters and waitresses were unusually quiet as I walked past them. However, I didn't think much of it at the time. My focus was on getting the dessert to my customer quickly. When I returned to the table, I was shocked to find it empty. My guest had disappeared. Panic set in. I worried about who would pay for the order. What if I have to pay for it myself? I don't have extra money, I thought. I nervously walked to the cashier, Ma'am Joan, who was known for being strict and often scolded staff for any mistakes. "Ma'am Joan, the guest left before her order was served. What should I do? Do I have to pay for it?" I asked, visibly worried. To my surprise, she didn't yell at me. Instead, she calmly replied, "Don't worry, Tin. I'll take care of it." Confused but relieved, I thanked her and went on with the rest of my shift. Later that night, at around 9:30 p.m., we were preparing to clock out. Just as I was about to punch my time card, Sir Mark, the housekeeping supervisor, called me. "Tin, can you do me a favor? Go up to the housekeeping area and grab the pack of 20 table napkins under my desk," he said. "Sure, sir," I replied, heading upstairs to the second-floor housekeeping area. When I got to his desk, I bent down to retrieve the napkins, but something on top of the table caught my eye. There were old photographs encased in plastic covers, and one picture, in particular, grabbed my attention. It was the old woman from earlier that day. The one who ordered Halo Halo and vanished. I froze. My heart raced, and my hands trembled. Just then, Sir Mark appeared behind me. "What's taking you so long?" he asked. I could barely speak as I pointed to the photograph. "Oh, her?" he said casually. "She's the original owner of this hotel. Halo Halo was her favorite dessert. She passed away a long time ago." The moment those words sank in, everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying in the locker room, surrounded by my coworkers. My best friend told me I had fainted and that Sir Mark caught me just as I collapsed. Everyone knew what had happened because they had experienced similar encounters during their first days on duty. It was said to be the owner's way of welcoming new staff. I ended up missing school and work for a week after that because I came down with a fever. To this day, I still don't know if that experience was a blessing or a curse. All I know is I never want to be welcomed by someone who's no longer alive ever again. I was born and raised in a family that didn't believe much in the paranormal. Though we were religious, ghost stories and old folk tales were more of a curiosity than a belief. I grew up in Baguio, near the famous White House, a place known for its eerie history, but even then, my family stayed skeptical. When I was 15, my grandmother's cousin in La Union passed away. My family, along with my uncle and cousin, traveled there to pay our respects and reconnect with extended family. It was during this visit that I learned our family originally came from this province. I met many cousins, aunts, and uncles I didn't even know existed. In La Union, there were several traditions associated with attending a funeral, like never walking around the coffin or introducing yourself to the deceased if it was your first time seeing them. Out of respect, I followed these customs, not thinking much of them. That night, on the first day of the wake, my cousin and I were outside playing with his new cell phone. It was a Nokia with a camera, and we were excited to try its video feature. Around 10:30 p.m., we made sure no one else was around to avoid looking silly, then started recording. We filmed a 1-minute, 54-second video and took some photos of the garden, the house, and the night sky. When we reviewed the video, we froze. In the background, we heard an eerie voice repeatedly saying, "Dehil Sayo, Dehil Sayo, Dehil Sayo Namate Akeo. Because of you, because of you, because of you, I died," followed by the sound of a whip cracking. The voice was high-pitched and clear, lasting for over 45 seconds. Goosebumps ran all over me, and my cousin and I were too stunned to move. Then we checked the photos. In one of them, a woman in traditional clothing was staring directly into the camera. Terrified, we ran back inside the house and showed the video and photos to our uncles. To our shock, they didn't seem surprised. They explained that the area was known to be inhabited by dwarves, some of which were mischievous or malevolent. As for the woman in the photo, they said she was likely the ghost of the estate's former owner, a lady who lived there during the Spanish era and had been found dead under mysterious circumstances. The elders told us we had made a mistake filming in that area, warning us that the duendes or the ghost might follow us back to Baguio. They advised us to say a prayer, apologize to the spirits, and delete the video and photos immediately. The next morning, my cousin and I woke up feeling heavy and feverish. The elders performed a ritual involving prayers and the sacrifice of a chicken. After the ritual, we deleted the video and photos as instructed. To our surprise, within 20 minutes, the fever lifted, and we felt much better. We left La Union that day, but the experience stayed with me. Whether it was connected to the supernatural or just a coincidence, I will never forget that night. This experience happened during my last year of high school. As part of our school's Christmas tradition, our teachers would organize caroling to raise funds for school activities. For those unfamiliar, caroling involves going house to house, singing Christmas songs, and people voluntarily giving donations. These sessions were usually held at night. I grew up in a rural area. The roads weren't paved, there were no streetlights, and the houses were far apart, surrounded by endless rice fields. At night, the only sounds you could hear were crickets, or the occasional barking of dogs. It was quiet and eerie, especially in the dark. One night, about 12 of us, including one teacher and my classmates, went caroling. We met at our teacher's house around 7 or 8 p.m. and started singing at the nearby houses. We walked from place to place, and as the hours passed, it got later and darker. Eventually, we reached a part of the road with a large, old tree standing at a corner. This tree had a spooky reputation, and I'd heard many ghost stories about it, especially tales of a white lady appearing near it. To get there, we had to walk about 15 minutes through a stretch of road surrounded only by rice fields. The atmosphere was tense, and although we were scared as we passed the tree, none of us felt or saw anything unusual at that point. We sighed in relief and continued walking, still uneasy. We arrived in an area with only a few houses, scattered among large trees. As we stopped at the first house and began singing, one of my classmates suddenly started crying. There was no apparent reason for it. Some of us tried to calm her down, but her crying only grew louder. She didn't speak at first, but then she looked directly at me and said, "Don't look at the tree." She pointed toward the large tree nearby and said she saw a copper, a massive, hairy creature that supposedly lives in trees, staring at me. She described its red eyes and a sinister smile on its face. I froze in fear. I didn't dare glance at the tree, not even for a second. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I felt faint. Everyone in the group decided it was best to leave immediately. We quickly walked back, heading straight to our school, which was about an hour and a half away on foot. When we arrived at the school, we all stayed in one classroom on the second floor. The room was surrounded by big trees, and there were glass windows on one side. Each of us found a spot to sleep wherever we could. In the middle of the night, I woke up because my entire body and the chair I was sitting on were shaking violently. It felt so real, and I knew I was awake, not dreaming. I was terrified and didn't dare open my eyes. The shaking lasted for what felt like 3 minutes. My arms and legs felt numb, and I was paralyzed with fear. I tried my best to ignore it, and eventually I fell back asleep. That night still haunts me to this day. I'll never forget the feeling of fear, the warnings from my classmate, or the unsettling events that followed. When I was around 6 years old, my family lived on a remote farm in the highlands of Tani, Negros Oriental, surrounded by fields and forest. One Sunday, while my father and older brother went on a long trek to a faraway Sunday fair for supplies, my mom, siblings, and I spent the day harvesting peanuts. By dusk, we were all exhausted. Our sow, a large pig my father loved dearly, was tied near a wooded area close to a pit. She had been squealing earlier, likely hungry or upset because her piglets had just been weaned. My older sister had tied her there, not realizing the sloped ground could be dangerous. We still heard her squeals before nightfall, but later, when my sister went to check on her, she came back screaming. The pig was dead. My father and brother arrived soon after, and my father, devastated, left the house without a word, even though it was getting dark. My mother, though sad, decided there was no choice but to butcher the pig the next morning to avoid wasting the meat. By midday Monday, the meat was being bartered, and we kept a little for dinner. The pig's head remained in the kitchen, placed near the sink. That night, strange things began to happen. Around midnight, my mother, still awake, heard an odd sound under the house, which was built on stilts. It sounded like a horse blowing through its nostrils, but we didn't own any horses, and neither did our neighbors. She brushed it off until she saw something, small, glowing balls of light about the size of a coin. The first light floated from the stove to a small window. Another appeared near the pig's head, and soft whispers accompanied them, like tiny voices. The balls of light moved gracefully, floating up and down. One drifted near the table where my brothers were sleeping, which made my mom wake my older sister, Game. At first, Game didn't see anything, but when my mom rubbed her eyes, she gasped at the glowing light by the window. My brothers were woken up one by one, and each saw the lights, though I stayed frozen in fear, my eyes shut tight. I listened intently, hearing murmurs, the horse-like sound, and even whispers from our chickens. Desperate to drive away whatever was causing this, my mother lit dry corn cobs dipped in kerosene and threw them near the window to see beneath the house. Nothing was there. She banged on the walls and shouted, "Leave us alone! Stay away!" Her voice carried a mix of fear and determination, which made my own fear rise even more. For a while, the strange activity stopped. The crickets, even the wind, went completely silent. But as soon as the flames from the cobs died, the lights returned. My curiosity got the better of me, and I dared to peek. I saw one of the lights float gently near the stove, flicker, and then vanish. Another rose a foot into the air before disappearing. My mom and sister said the lights sometimes fell to the ground, disintegrating with soft murmurs, like little voices fading away. This continued until dawn. We couldn't explain what caused these light balls. They weren't fireballs. They were soft, luminescent, and didn't burn. My family later wondered if they were pixies or sprites. Whatever they were, they only appeared that one night. Adding to the mystery, my father and brother shared their own unsettling experience. As they returned home that evening, they saw a woman walking ahead of them on the path, about 20 paces away. My father, a fast walker, tried to catch up, but no matter how quickly he walked, he couldn't close the distance. The woman disappeared near the path leading to our house, close to where the pig had died. My father described her as having long dark hair and wearing brownish clothes that blended with the dry grass. We still wonder who or what that woman was and how it all connected to the events that unfolded at home. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, I dreamt of my uncle, who had been shot and killed in our house. In the dream, he told me to take care of my ama, Chinese for grandmother on my father's side. A few months later, ama had a stroke but survived and lived until I was 12 years old. My ama was a sweet, loving, and doting grandmother. She always showered us with hugs, kisses, and affection, despite my father's strict ways. Being the youngest and only boy in the family, I often got picked on by my siblings and cousins, but Amma was always there for me. She spoiled me with toys and treats whenever I cried or threw tantrums. In January 1998, during my aunt's birthday celebration, we were all enjoying the food and festivities. I remember sneaking shikaran, fried pork skin, with my sister, and Amma joined in on the fun, taking some for herself. Later, she began to feel dizzy and sat down. Moments after, she had a heart attack. My father rushed her to the hospital, but she didn't make it. Everyone was in tears, and though I tried to stay strong, I broke down when my parents returned home with the news. That night, all of us, my siblings, maids, and I, slept in my parents' room. Late at night, we all felt someone tickling our feet. The next morning, I told my sister, "Achi, someone tickled me last night. It was Amma." To my surprise, everyone had felt the same. We realized it was her way of saying goodbye. After Amma passed, strange things began happening. She had a habit of knocking softly but consistently on the maid's door at night, asking for a back massage. On her 40th day after passing, one maid heard the same soft knocking. Scared, she hid under her blanket until morning. When she shared the story, I didn't believe her. I couldn't imagine Amma scaring anyone. A few years later, I moved into my sister's old room, which used to be Amma's. One night, as I walked past the altar near the room, I smelled lilacs, but there were no flowers on the altar. I found Amma's old perfume in the room and felt a wave of nostalgia. That night, as I smoked by the window, I heard her signature soft knocking. I panicked, flicked my cigarette out, and hid under the covers. An hour later, my mom woke me, saying, "Amma told me to check on you." She scolded me for smoking. Even in the afterlife, Amma was looking out for me. Another time, my sister sought the help of a Reiki master, RM, for a spiritual cleansing. The RM noticed a dark presence following her but also mentioned a positive, white energy, a spiritual guide. When my sister asked if it was Amma, the RM confirmed it. My sister asked if she had caused Amma's heart attack by sneaking her the shikaran. The RM said yes, but Amma didn't blame her. She loved my sister dearly and believed she needed the most guidance among all of us. The RM once visited our house and said, "You're lucky. No one would dare break in. Someone is always watching over you." Despite feeling a protective presence, there are moments of unease, especially late at night. We sometimes hear our names being called near the laundry area, and my dog howls strangely at times. Yet, I believe Amma is still protecting us. I pray to her every night, feeling safe knowing she's watching over our family. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I've had several experiences with spirits since I was young, but this particular one from 2010 still gives me chills every time I share it. At the time, I was working at a techno hub along Commonwealth Avenue. I started training there in August, and our sessions often ended around 1 a.m. My friends and I would walk to the jeepney station, passing by the Up Asian Institute of Tourism building on our way to the footbridge that crossed the highway. This happened during the last week of October. As usual, we were walking toward the footbridge when I noticed something unusual from afar, a girl in white standing under a big tree, as though she was waiting for us. A sense of unease hit me, and I told my friend, "Something wants to come with us." As we approached the building, a dog suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was strange because we'd never seen this dog before, despite walking the same route since August. What made it even odder was that the dog didn't bark directly at us. Instead, it circled around and barked ahead of us, almost as if warding something off. I could feel the presence of the girl walking beside me. The hairs on my arms and neck stood on end, and I was on the verge of tears. I quietly addressed her, asking her not to follow me since we already had spirits at home. Yet, her presence lingered until we reached the middle of the footbridge. When we finally stopped to wait for our ride, I told my friends what had happened, and they were equally spooked. After that night, it felt like she never left. At home, I often woke up between 2:30 and 3 a.m., feeling like someone was staring at me. Occasionally, I heard my name being called, but no one was there. Even at work, strange things would happen. I'd feel someone watching me, and when I turned around, no one would be there. Once, while on a call, I distinctly felt someone lean beside me. Assuming it was a coworker, I turned to ask what they needed, only to find myself alone. The most vivid encounter happened at the canteen. I felt someone standing close behind me in line, and assumed it was my friend. But when I turned to check, I saw my friend elsewhere in the canteen. That's when I caught my first glimpse of her, a thin woman, about 5 feet tall, with long curly hair, wearing white. One day, I came home to find our annual visitors already there. They were a group of spiritual guides, consisting of a priest, a nun, and a husband and wife team, who would bless the house and cleanse it of spirits. As I walked in, the nun immediately remarked, "You have someone with you." I nodded and admitted that I had been feeling her presence for months. The nun explained that the spirit wasn't malevolent. She was drawn to me because I'm a mother. I asked what I should do, and she suggested I talk to the spirit, ask her what she needed, and gently encourage her to move on to the other side. Even though the advice was clear, I didn't have the courage to confront her directly. To this day, 5 years later, I still sense her occasionally. She doesn't feel threatening, but her lingering presence is a constant reminder of that unforgettable encounter. My hometown in the Bicol region is often associated with witches, or aswang in Filipino folklore. Growing up, my mother and brother claimed to have heard and even seen a tiyanak, a baby aswang. However, I was skeptical and thought these stories might just be superstitions. After all, the town's motto is, "Fly high," which could be the reason for the association with such legends. As I got older, my family gradually moved to Manila, but I stayed behind for work and built my own life. My husband worked in Manila but visited once or twice a month while I was pregnant with our first child. During this time, we rented a small house near the foot of a hill, just a few blocks from my relative's home. Although I had 2 housemates renting another room, I rarely saw them because of our different schedules. I spent most nights alone but never felt scared, until one night. I woke up in the middle of the night to find the house in darkness. The power was out again. Normally, I left the light on outside my window, but now the only light came from the moon. My room's window didn't have curtains, so I could clearly see outside. Something felt wrong. The air was heavy and humid, and I was drenched in sweat. I glanced out the window and froze. There, on the roof near the light bulb, was a shadowy figure with wings. My heart pounded. Terrified, I turned away, pulled the blanket over me, and tried not to move. It felt like someone, or something, was watching me. I grabbed my phone and saw it was nearly 4 a.m. I noticed a few messages from my cousin, sent after 3 a.m. Her messages were unsettling. "Always keep a rosary with you and pray for your pregnancy. I did that when I was pregnant and always felt safe." Another read. "Place garlic and salt by your windows to keep entities away." Was this a coincidence? Or had she sensed something? I kept praying, repeating Jesus' name and invoking saints, desperate for the sun to rise. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day at work, I overheard clients talking about a supposed aswang caught by the police in the form of a dog. I didn't want to know more. It would only fuel my fear. I remembered our land's caretaker, who once told me about her own experience with a manananggal when she was pregnant. Manananggal are creatures that detach from their lower bodies and fly with bat-like wings, preying on pregnant women and babies. I called her and shared my story. She agreed to stay with me at night, and I started keeping a rosary under my pillow for protection. Days passed, and life returned to normal. Our caretaker continued to stay overnight, except when my husband was home, and I paid her for her help. 2 weeks later, my superior visited our branch and asked how I was doing. I reassured her that everything was fine and mentioned I was looking forward to transferring to Manila after giving birth. Then, out of nowhere, she shared her own experience. While pregnant with her eldest, she once woke up at dawn, feeling sweaty and paralyzed with fear, as if something was watching her. The next morning, her dorm mate, also pregnant, confirmed there was a man in Angle outside their window that night. My superior's story hit me hard. It wasn't just her imagination, and neither was mine. I realized then that the shadow I saw wasn't just a figment of my mind. My cousin's messages weren't coincidental. She knew something was lurking and warned me in her own way. It wasn't paranoia. It was real. When I was 15, my aunt, who was 7 months pregnant with her first child, was living with my grandparents and me. Her husband worked in another city, so she stayed with us. My grandparents' house had only 2 rooms. I stayed in one, and my aunt slept in the other, closer to the garage. My grandparents, on the other hand, preferred sleeping in a bed in the kitchen because it stayed cooler at night. Beyond their backyard, about 100 meters away, lay a dense forest. One night, I had an unshakable feeling that I needed to sleep in my aunt's room. I couldn't explain it, but something urged me to stay with her. My aunt and her husband believed in the aswang, a creature said to prey on unborn babies. To protect herself, she always kept garlic, salt, a machete, a Vatican rosary, and a Bali song butterfly knife nearby. After watching some dramas together, we decided to sleep early. It wasn't good for her to stay up too late. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to a strange sound. Ik-ik-ik-ik. Chills ran through me, and I froze for a moment. The room wasn't dark because my aunt always kept a night light on. I heard the sound again, faint but distinct. My stomach sank. I'd heard enough stories to know that when it sounds far away, it's actually very close. I turned on the light and tried waking my aunt, but she just mumbled and turned over. Terrified, I grabbed the machete and a handful of garlic. I smashed the garlic with the machete, letting its strong smell fill the room. Then I rubbed garlic and salt on the blade. The ik-ik sound came again, and my hands trembled as I held the machete. I grabbed the rosary from under my aunt's pillow and placed it on her belly. Suddenly, a loud gust of wind rattled the window. My aunt's window had metal railings, but one of the panes was broken. Through it, I saw glowing red eyes staring at me. Fear surged through me, but I knew I had to protect my aunt. It was fight or flight, and I chose to fight. Tightening my grip on the machete, I pointed it at the creature outside. It looked like a massive bird with enormous wings. It hissed at me. Summoning every ounce of courage, I shouted at it, cursing loudly. "I'm not afraid of you!" I bluffed, trying to sound brave even though my knees were shaking. My aunt woke up, horrified by what she saw. She clutched the rosary, surrounded by garlic and salt, her Bali song ready in her hand. The creature flapped its wings, still hissing and glaring at us. I cursed again, louder this time, and threw some smashed garlic and salt at it. Its chilling growl made my heart race, but I kept shouting, swaying the machete to make it think I wasn't scared. My aunt prayed fervently behind me. Then, suddenly, there was a gunshot outside, followed by someone shouting and cursing. Taking the opportunity, I threw more garlic and salt at the aswang. It growled again, hissed, and flapped its wings before flying off into the darkness. I told my aunt to stay in the center of the house with the rosary and Bali song while I ran to the kitchen for more garlic and salt. By the time I returned, my grandma was with her, and my grandpa was outside with his hunting gun. My uncle from next door had come to check on us too. Armed with the machete and a flashlight, I stepped outside with my grandpa and uncle to search the area. We couldn't find the creature. It was gone. It never returned. A few months later, my aunt gave birth to a healthy baby boy. I grew up in Cebu, Philippines, where my family lived in a small house for the first 15 years of my life. It was at the back of a compound, next to a fence that bordered a banana plantation. The plantation wasn't just bananas. There were also a few houses and mango trees scattered around. A large mango tree stood directly behind our house, with its branches stretching over our roof. We didn't own the house or rent it. The kind old landlady let us live there for free. From the start, I always felt uneasy in that house, especially when I was alone. I tried telling my parents about the strange things I experienced, but they never believed me. Strangely, they had their own unsettling stories. When my mom was pregnant with me, she and my dad often heard the sound of a tick-tick at night. It's a creature from folklore with a human body, bat wings, and a long tongue that preys on unborn babies. It makes a distinct sound. Kick, 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 kick. To protect my mom and me, my dad placed garlic around the house, especially near any holes. Thankfully, the roof didn't have any holes, and nothing happened. Another time, my mom was walking home alone at 1 a.m. after visiting her sister. She heard the tick-tick flying above her, its wings flapping loudly. Terrified, she kept her head down and walked as fast as she could, too scared to look up. Even bystanders avoided looking at it. Once she made it home, she never stayed out late again. Growing up in that house was terrifying for me. There were so many strange incidents, but some moments still haunt me. At night, I often lay awake, hearing footsteps on the roof above our bedroom. They sounded human, heavy and deliberate, not like a cat. I'd freeze, holding my breath so it wouldn't know I was awake. My mom always dismissed it as a cat, but I knew better. Another time, I was sitting on the bed and felt the mattress sink, as if someone had just sat beside me. When I looked, no one was there. Another day, I smelled a burning candle in the living room, even though there were no candles lit in the house. Our house had a hallway leading to the kitchen, and I often waited in the living room for my dad to come home. Sometimes, I'd see what looked like him walking past the door toward the kitchen. But when I checked, no one was there, and the lights were still off. My real dad wouldn't arrive until an hour later. The most terrifying experience happened after an old woman in the banana plantation passed away. Her family held a vigil at their house, and one night, as I lay awake, I heard loud flapping wings and the eerie sound of kick, 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 kick. It circled the neighborhood, stopping near our house. I held my breath, paralyzed with fear, as it lingered before moving on. The next day, I learned the people at the vigil had thrown stones at a large bird to drive it away. A year later, we moved to my grandmother's house. Despite the fear I felt in that house, I was sad to leave. There was something comforting about the shade of the mango tree, even though it seemed to attract strange things. After we left, the house was demolished, but the tree still stands. I sometimes wonder if that tree was connected to everything that happened. This happened last week when my family and I stayed in Quezon from March 28th to 31st for Holy Week. Since I work at night, I'm usually wide awake while everyone else is asleep. I wake up after midnight, and to avoid disturbing my sister by turning on the lights in our room, I read books in the living room. My mom slept on the veranda, saying it was comfortable and cool at night. She had a habit of waking up to check if the water in the bathroom was running since water supply there could be unreliable. She'd often ask me if I had checked it since I was always awake. For the first 2 nights, nothing unusual happened. My mom woke up a few times as usual, chatted with me briefly, checked the water, and went back to sleep. On the 3rd night, things took a strange turn. I woke up at 1:42 a.m., checked my iPod, and grabbed my book to read. Before settling in the living room, I went to use the bathroom in the master bedroom. Inside, I saw my 2 uncles and my younger brother sleeping on the bed. There was even space for another person. I used the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and then went back to the living room to read. After about 2 hours, my mom woke up and came inside from the veranda. She was wearing the same clothes she'd worn the night before. She looked at me, and I looked back, waiting for her usual question about the water, but she didn't say anything. She just went to the bathroom. I even heard her pouring water into one of the basins. A few minutes later, I needed to pee again, so I went to the bathroom and knocked on the door. My mom opened it immediately and walked out without saying a word. While I was inside, I thought I heard her footsteps near the bed and assumed she'd gone back to the master bedroom. When I returned to the living room, I waited for her to go back to the veranda so we could talk, but she didn't. I figured she must have fallen asleep. At 5 a.m., I decided to wake her up so we could go to my grandparents' house for breakfast, as we'd been doing every morning. I went to the veranda first and saw my aunt sleeping there instead of my mom. Confused, I went to the master bedroom and found my mom sleeping beside my younger brother. I woke her up, and we went to eat breakfast. Later that morning, around noon, my mom and I were lying on the bed. I was finishing my book, and she was busy with something. I can't remember how the topic came up, but my mom mentioned she had gone to bed early the night before, around 7 p.m., because my uncles were drinking on the veranda. She said they later moved to the master bedroom because they felt uncomfortable sleeping in the living room. One of them even claimed he felt like someone was watching him while he tried to sleep. My mom insisted she had not slept on the veranda at all that night. She also pointed out that she had been wearing a different set of clothes. Hearing this sent chills down my spine because I was 100% sure I'd seen her come inside from the veranda, wearing the same clothes as the previous night. Yet, she denied it completely. To this day, I can't explain what I saw. In the late 1980s, my mother and I moved from the southern part of the country to the National Capital Region. It was a long 12-hour bus ride. My mom often told friends and relatives that she relocated to the city for a career move. She was determined to get a promotion. But deep down, I knew the real reason. She wanted to escape the pain and shame of a bitter separation. My father had abandoned us not long after they got married. She threw herself into her work and studies. She became the best employee at her office, always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Even weekends weren't for rest. She was earning her master's degree. Given the circumstances, I had to adapt quickly. At just 10 years old, I learned to cook and clean, following a daily routine all by myself in our little apartment. Our apartment had 2 units. A kind and friendly family lived in apartment A, and we stayed in apartment B. Though I was often alone, the neighborhood felt safe for a child my age. Each morning, my mom would wake me up before she left for work. My day would start with cleaning the house, eating breakfast, washing the dishes, taking a bath, and getting ready for school. I'd study while waiting for my school service to arrive. In the afternoons, I'd come home, change into comfy clothes, and eat a snack or finish my lunch leftovers. Sometimes, I'd visit our neighbors in apartment A to chat or play games before returning home to do my homework. Evenings were a mix of cooking dinner, cleaning, watching TV, and studying. If my mom wasn't home yet, I'd eat dinner alone and then go to bed. One morning, something strange happened. As I was having breakfast, I heard our neighbor's dogs barking loudly. A man was calling out for Mrs. Zay, the woman who lived in apartment A. He called out for several minutes, but no one answered. I knew their family liked to sleep in, so I didn't think much of it. After finishing my meal, I got up to take a bath but stopped at the door to check on the visitor. I opened the door just enough to see him. It was Mr. Key, Mrs. Zay's brother. His family lived 2 blocks away and often visited at odd hours, so it wasn't unusual to see him early in the morning. I noticed the pot boiling on the stove, so I quickly shut the door and went to take a bath. Soon after, my school service arrived, and I left for school. When I came home in the afternoon, I visited apartment A as usual. While sitting with the family, I casually mentioned that Mr. Key had stopped by that morning while they were still asleep. To my surprise, they all looked at me in disbelief. I described what he was wearing and how he was standing by the gate. That's when Mrs. Zay broke down in tears and went to the kitchen, sobbing. Her eldest child tried to comfort her, but she was crying too. I felt uneasy, not knowing what had caused such a strong reaction. After calming down, she explained what had happened. Her brother, Mr. Key, had suffered a heart attack at 10 p.m. the night before. He had been pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. I was stunned. That morning, everything about him seemed real. He was leaning on the gate, holding the opener with one hand and smiling warmly as if bringing good news. His voice was loud and clear, and I didn't feel anything strange, no goosebumps, no fear, nothing unusual. Even now, nearly 3 decades later, the memory is as vivid as if it happened yesterday. I still wonder why he appeared to me. Was it a coincidence, or did he want to send a message? I may never know the answer, but the experience has stayed with me all these years. This story takes place during my time at my previous company, where we often traveled for work. On one such assignment, I traveled with Nina, a system analyst, and Randy, a programmer, to a cement manufacturing company. Our job was to set up a distribution and inventory system over 2 weeks. The company provided accommodations at their staff house, which felt like a cozy 2-star hotel. The food was good, the rooms were air-conditioned, and the amenities were decent despite the building being a bit old. It felt more like a paid vacation. The first few nights were uneventful, though we occasionally heard strange noises. We ignored them, assuming it was nothing. One evening, Randy stayed back at the IT room to finish some work while Nina and I returned to the staff house. It was cold and foggy after the rain. As we approached the building, we noticed a woman standing at the second-floor window near our rooms. Her figure was distinct, but we couldn't see her face clearly. We assumed it was another guest and thought nothing of it. However, when we reached the second floor, the hallway was empty, and no one else was around. Later that night, while watching TV, we heard muffled voices coming from Nina's room. It sounded like someone praying or chanting, though we couldn't make out the words. I crept closer and slowly opened the door, but the room was empty. We laughed nervously, brushed it off, and went to bed. The next morning, Nina woke up with scratches on her legs. She was shaken and couldn't explain how it happened. Randy tried to calm her down, suggesting it might be allergies from the seafood we had eaten, but it was clear she didn't believe it. That afternoon, I returned to our room to grab some documents for Nina. As I opened the door, something passed by me in a blur. It happened so quickly that I froze, unable to react. I didn't tell Nina, not wanting to scare her, but I confided in Randy. That night, everything seemed normal, and Nina finally got a good night's sleep. The following day, Randy experienced something strange himself. He said he felt a soft push on his head while looking in the bathroom mirror. He also saw shadows near Nina's room and in the hallway. We kept quiet about these incidents, trying not to alarm Nina. On our last night, we stayed late at the office to finalize the turnover documents. Around midnight, we heard the door opening and closing several times, but when we checked, no one was there. Then, we heard the sound of a steel cabinet opening nearby. Terrified, we rushed back to the staff house, deciding to stay together for the night. I slept on the floor, Randy on the couch, and Nina in her room. We kept the lights on and locked the doors. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to the smell of something cooking. Nina and Randy were already awake, their eyes wide with fear. The smell lingered, and silence filled the room. Nina started to cry as Randy checked the window but saw nothing outside. The smell began to resemble burning candles. Suddenly, there was a knock on Nina's door. Without discussing it, we packed our belongings and left the staff house immediately. We waited at the cafeteria until sunrise, trembling and unable to shake our fear. By 5:30 a.m., we went to the office, made an excuse about an urgent matter, and got permission to leave. None of us ever spoke about what happened at that company, not even to our colleagues. We never returned to that site and left the company within a few years. To this day, the experience remains vivid and unsettling. This is a personal paranormal experience I could never forget. My grandfather, who passed away when I was 8 years old, had always been a simple man, deeply devoted to the Catholic Church and the Virgin Mary. He had a special bond with all 11 grandchildren on my mother's side, but many believed I was his favorite. My grandfather was diagnosed with cancer, and for 3 years, we visited my grandparents' house every day. I remember vividly the afternoon he passed away. My mom, a doctor, was shouting over the phone because my grandfather's oxygen tank had been empty for 2 hours, and the replacement hadn't arrived. I was playing with scissors at the dining table near my grandfather's bed. When he saw me, he scolded me gently with his final words. "Toto, be good." I left the house to join my sister and cousin outside. Moments later, we heard my mother scream and my grandmother cry. We rushed back inside and saw my grandfather had passed. We stayed by his bed crying until I, seated behind everyone else, fell asleep. In my dream, I was in an endless white space. My grandfather, looking healthy again, was searching for a way out. Suddenly, 3 well-dressed men appeared behind him, beckoning him to follow. My grandfather refused, and their forms turned monstrous, horrible creatures with torn wings and claws. Then a staircase appeared in front of him. He ran up the stairs without looking back, and as he reached the top, a door opened, flooding the space with blinding light. The creatures vanished, and in the doorway stood the Virgin Mary holding a baby. My grandfather smiled and stepped through the door before I woke up. I found myself lying on the floor, surrounded by family. I told them about my dream, and we continued mourning. During the wake, my grandfather's coffin was placed in an empty apartment unit on their property. At one point, my grandmother called her daughters and daughters-in-law into a room for a private talk. I was still mischievous and hid nearby to eavesdrop. My grandmother shared something my grandfather had told her before he died. He had a dream where 3 formally dressed men visited him, asking him to come with them. When he refused, they turned into demons and tried to drag him away. They disappeared only when the Virgin Mary appeared to protect him. However, my grandfather had been angry because he had begged the Virgin Mary to take him, and she hadn't responded. My grandmother believed my dream was my grandfather's way of telling us he had finally been reunited with the Virgin Mary. To this day, no one knows I overheard that conversation. I later learned my aunt, my mom's youngest sister, was a skilled palm reader. She explained that a third eye, or sixth sense, often runs in families and believed my gift manifested through dreams. My grandfather passed away in August 2000, and his birthday was December 25th. Our family had always gathered for a reunion on Christmas Day, and that year, we tried to make it as joyful as possible for my grieving grandmother. My Lolo had loved calling people on the phone. On Christmas Day 2000, we were at my grandparents' house while our housekeepers and my nanny stayed at our home. During lunch, the phone at our house rang. My nanny answered, and to her shock, she swore she heard my grandfather's voice. He greeted her with, "Merry Christmas," and invited her to join us for lunch. She was shaken and in tears when we returned home later that day. Hearing her story made me smile, imagining my grandfather still doing what he loved most. I am now 22 years old and studying medicine in Iloilo City, but the memory of my Lolo and these experiences will always stay with me. Cebu City isn't widely known for ghost stories or hauntings, unlike other parts of the Philippines. Still, my parents' house has always had its share of unexplained events. The house was built in the late 1940s after a fire destroyed the original structure and the surrounding neighborhood. It's a 2-story home made of concrete and timber, with 3 bedrooms upstairs and 1 downstairs. There's also a cold, damp basement that was rarely used, mostly for storing old and broken furniture. My mom, though not a hoarder, preferred to keep things that could be repurposed. Growing up, my younger brother often talked about strange occurrences in the house, but I didn't take him seriously. I thought he had an overactive imagination. That changed when I started experiencing things myself. When I was 18, I got a summer job working late shifts at a fast food chain. I usually got home around 1 a.m., made myself a quick snack, and watched TV before going to bed. One night, while fixing something to eat, I heard movement in the basement. It sounded like things were being moved around. This struck me as odd because we rarely touched anything down there, and everything was neatly stacked. I decided to check, but as soon as I turned on the light, the noise stopped. Everything was just as it had been. I felt uneasy but brushed it off. This became a regular occurrence. Sometimes I'd even hear the sound of glass bottles smashing, only to find nothing broken when I checked. Years later, After I graduated and my mom passed away, I moved back to the house to keep my dad company. I worked as a night supervisor at a hotel, so I often came home tired and would fall asleep on the couch in the living room. One night, I was woken by a strange noise upstairs. It sounded like a tennis ball bouncing on the wooden floor. Gathering my courage, I went to investigate, but there was no ball, just some baseballs that couldn't have made that sound. I went to bed, only to hear footsteps running down the hallway. The steps were light, like those of a child. I checked everywhere but found nothing. When I mentioned the noises to my brother, he said casually, "Oh, that's the child ghost." He explained that there was a boy, about 9 or 10 years old, who had been in the house for years. While I had only heard him, my brother claimed to have seen him several times. Another time, while asleep on the couch, I felt a soft tap on my shoulder. Thinking it was my dad, I looked around, but no one was there. I dismissed it as a dream, but then it happened again, and a third time. The taps were too real to ignore. Spooked, I left the house and stayed with my sister for the night. Even relatives experienced strange things during visits. One Christmas, my cousin stayed in my room. He screamed and ran downstairs the next morning, saying the TV had turned on by itself. He turned it off, but it came back on, so he unplugged it. When it turned on again, even unplugged, he refused to stay in the room alone. Another time, my dad installed a doorbell because his hearing wasn't great. The bell worked fine for months, but then it started buzzing every night at exactly 2 a.m. Thinking it was a prank, we disconnected the button, but the buzzing continued. Even removing the button didn't stop it. It only ended when I dismantled the buzzer completely. Earlier this year, during a family photo shoot, the restaurant where we had a reservation called my dad's landline to confirm. The manager said a woman answered the call and canceled the booking. When we showed up late for lunch, the manager told us what had happened, looking pale when my dad said no one had been home. Only my dad and I had keys, and we were both at the photo shoot. My dad joked, "Maybe it was your mom." Although these experiences were unsettling, they never felt harmful. Whoever or whatever is in the house seems to be more of a lingering presence than anything else. I haven't experienced anything particularly noteworthy in a long time. While I've always been curious about supernatural things, I've never wished for them to happen to me. The most recent incident, I guess, was last February when I stayed overnight in an old hotel. The next morning, I noticed a pair of footprints on the ceiling of my room. It could have been anything, really. The hotel was old, so I didn't think much of it. Last month, though, something strange happened while I was working late. It was around 2 a.m., and I was alone in the office preparing for an event. I started singing a song from the movie Yentl when, out of nowhere, the restroom door slammed shut. There wasn't any draft, and the only AC was on the far side of the room. It startled me, but I shrugged it off. Some people might find it scary, but I didn't think it was anything extraordinary. What I do want to share is something truly unexplainable, stories from my mom. She has experienced recurring, curious events throughout her life. I'm careful about sharing secondhand accounts, but her stories are hard to dismiss. When my mom was in high school, she liked to study alone at dusk. Her favorite spot was on the second floor of their house in the province, in a room that faced the veranda. One evening, she felt like someone was watching her. Looking out into the fading light, she saw something peeking through the veranda railings. At first, she noticed a pair of dark eyes. Then she saw a snout. Curious, she leaned closer and realized there were paws gripping the floorboards between the railings. Initially, she thought it was just a dog. But then it hit her, she was on the second floor. Panicked, she bolted upright, and the creature moved away, disappearing like a dog would, except it would have had to be an impossibly large dog. She ran downstairs to get her siblings, but by the time they looked out the window, it was gone. In our family, we don't dismiss these strange experiences. If anything, we're warned not to make fun of such things. The older folks believe mocking the supernatural could bring trouble. Another story my mom often shares happened when she was pregnant with my older brother in the mid-80s. One night, while they were living in the city, she woke up to the sound of something scratching at their bedroom door. She felt it was something sinister and woke my dad, insisting an animal was trying to get in. My dad didn't own a gun, but he had a blessed belt, a gift from an older community member. It had likely been doused with holy water and was meant for protection during his travels as a rider. Grabbing the belt, my dad opened the door. What they saw was shocking: a massive black cat, about the size of a beagle. My dad lashed at it with the belt. The moment it was hit, the creature let out a screech and flew down the hallway, through the living room, and out the front door, zooming close to the ceiling as it went. Outside, my uncles and cousins were sitting on the front porch. They were startled when the black figure shot past them, screeching, and disappeared into the night. The entire house was shaken. My mom and dad stayed up talking about what had just happened. The rest of the family, who had seen the creature outside, joined in, equally bewildered. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't just a regular cat. Over the years, my mom has told us more stories of strange creatures, beasts that looked ordinary at first glance but became increasingly unsettling upon closer observation. Such occurrences were more common before urbanization spread across the land, changing not just the landscape but perhaps the hidden things that once lived alongside us. Even now, I can't explain what happened in those stories, but they remain a fascinating reminder of the mysteries that may still exist in the world. When I was 7, we stayed for a while at my aunt's house in a quiet, hilly village in Risol. It was close to the city but felt worlds away, a suburban, sleepy place where most residents were retirees. Many houses were unoccupied, including a large one right across the street from my aunt's place. Our room overlooked the front of the house, facing two arched, ungated openings. One led to a garage on the right wing, and the other gave a clear view of the road. At night, a lamp post across the street cast a warm glow, and beside it stood a massive mango tree, rooted in the yard of the empty house. One night I couldn't sleep. It must have been past 10, as the house was completely silent. Everyone was fast asleep, but I stayed awake, reading a book under the dim light near my bed. When I finally finished the book, I put it down, but sleep still wouldn't come. I glanced at the closed window across from me, and that's when I saw it. Framed in the glow of the lamp post was the shadow of what looked like a human figure. At first I thought it was my uncle in the front yard. He was a stocky man, so the silhouette seemed to match. But as I observed it, I noticed something strange. The figure had shaggy, untrimmed hair. My uncle, a former military man, always kept his hair short and neat. The shadow was massive, much larger than any person I'd ever seen. It shifted slightly, moving as if it was peering into the window. I kept watching, curious but strangely unafraid. As it moved, I noticed something odd. The ground seemed to tremble faintly with each step it took. I tried convincing myself it was just the lamp post exaggerating the shadow's size, but I knew deep down that no ordinary shadow could be that large. Then, to my astonishment, the figure turned toward the mango tree across the street. In one swift motion, it climbed the tree with an almost inhuman grace and disappeared among the branches. I stared for a while, puzzled, before eventually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, everything seemed normal. We had breakfast, and I went outside to play. That's when I noticed people clearing the yard of the house across the street. They were cutting the bushes and preparing to trim down the giant mango tree. I overheard some of them talking about how the tree was old and needed to go. As the day passed, I couldn't help but think about the shadow. Maybe it had lived in that tree, and it knew its time there was over. The new occupants of the house were lively, and would soon fill the place with noise and energy. Perhaps the shadow had come to say goodbye. I never felt scared of it, just a strange sense of sadness, as if it was marking the end of an era for that quiet, desolate street. When I was 20, I started my on-the-job training, OJT, at a steel company in Ortigas. The 2-month-long program was designed to give me and 4 classmates hands-on experience in our field of study. Though we applied to several construction companies, the steel company's offer of a weekly allowance and reimbursement for expenses convinced us to sign a contract with them. To make things easier, my group decided to rent a place near the company. One member's cousin offered us the 2nd floor of her house, where she lived with her disabled brother. Her house was just a 20-minute walk from the company, and the arrangements seemed perfect. The 2nd floor was spacious, had its own bathroom, and bunk beds were provided for us. At the time, we felt lucky to have such a convenient setup, but in hindsight, we were very naive. Not long after we settled in, strange things started happening. Items went missing, only to turn up in odd places later. Our bags would be opened, and our clothes scattered as if someone had gone through them. Initially, we suspected a break-in, so the owner installed a deadbolt and chain lock on the door. But even with the added security, the disturbances continued. The owner thought her brother might be responsible, but that was impossible. He couldn't walk or climb the stairs to the 2nd floor. The owner lent us motion sensor lamps, which were supposed to light up whenever someone moved. But every night, without fail, the lamps would start blinking at the same time we were lying in bed. The eerie flickering made it impossible to relax, and we often huddled together out of fear, too scared to sleep. One night, I woke up feeling unbearably hot. I got up to plug in the electric fan, and that's when I saw her. A woman was standing at the edge of the stairs, barely visible in the dim light. I waved my hand to trigger the motion sensor lamp, but it didn't turn on. Adjusting my eyes to the darkness, I could make out her silhouette, wild, disheveled hair and long, claw-like fingernails hanging at her sides. My heart raced as the realization hit me. This wasn't just a woman, it was something else entirely. Terrified, I climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I told my groupmates what I had seen. To my shock, a few of them admitted they had seen the same figure standing in the exact spot. The nights after that were anything but peaceful. None of us could sleep well. Some of my groupmates wanted to move out, but we'd already paid for our 2-month stay in full, including utilities. We had no choice but to endure the eerie events in the house. When our training finally ended, we thanked the owner for letting us stay and bid her farewell. But deep down, we all knew there was something in that house that didn't want us there. To this day, I'll never forget the figure at the edge of the stairs or the lingering sense that we were not alone. Back in 1990, when I was 27 years old, I was eager to get an amulet or charm to attract women. At the time, I was single and shy, mostly because I was poor. Living in Pateros, Metro Manila, I met an older man in my neighborhood, whom I'll call Ka-Enting. He was known for his amulets and had a reputation for being a tough guy with many wives, though most had passed away, he said. One day, I saw his antique cross amulet and asked if I could have it. After some hesitation, he agreed and performed a ritual. He placed his hand on my head and recited Latin prayers, including the word mortem. I felt a strange warmth on my skull, dizziness, and an unsettling sensation, as if something had been awakened. In the days that followed, I became increasingly uncomfortable. I'd get chills, and my hair would stand on end for no reason. At night, I felt as if a hole had opened on the top of my head, and I began hearing voices, screaming and cursing in ways I couldn't understand. The voices seemed to curse the heavens. I tried pouring holy water on my head, and each time, my hair would move as if something unseen was escaping. Despite this, the strange occurrences continued, and I started having dark visions of the underworld. On December 16, 1990, at around midnight, something compelled me to go to the nearest church in Pembo. It was the first night of Simbang Gabi, a traditional Filipino night mass. I recited the Latin prayer of Saint Benedict, which I'd memorized as a child, repeating it over 300 times throughout the day. My surroundings started to change. Everything looked yellowish, and I felt as if a force was pulling me toward the church. When I arrived, the scene was surreal. The mass was filled with people who looked off. They weren't bloody or monstrous, but they didn't seem human either. Their stares sent shivers down my spine. As the mass continued, I noticed the priest behaving strangely. Then, before my eyes, he transformed. His body was covered in pitch-black hair, with no horns but a long tail. He pointed at me, his red eyes piercing through me. Fear consumed me as I shut my eyes and covered my ears. I felt a burning, acidic sensation on the top of my head, accompanied by the smell of burning flesh. When I opened my eyes again, it was already morning. The church was empty except for a small open door. Shaken and confused, I left and went home. When I saw Ka entering, I confronted him. I placed my Saint Benedict medals on his neck and touched his head. To my horror, his skull had 3 pulsating holes, like something from a horror movie. My mother, worried for my sanity, took me to a mental hospital in Mandaluyong. I stayed there for 3 days, but the doctors dismissed my story, labeling it as a hallucination. Desperate for relief, I traveled to Baikal to seek a faith healer. The healer gave me a Santo Era, a chip of marble from an altar stone, which provided temporary comfort. However, over the years, the haunting sensations returned periodically. My father, a deeply religious man who had read the Bible cover to cover 9 times, eventually suggested we try the ritual from the Book of Tobit. In 2004, we performed the ritual, burning fish heart and liver on incense. As we prayed, a watery, square-shaped substance appeared on an unpainted wall in our home. It looked like a portal. When I poured holy water on it, the substance dried up, and from that day on, the haunting stopped. Even now, I avoid attending Simbang Abbey. The memory of that night is too vivid, too unsettling. Perhaps the devil pointed at me because I was reciting prayers to exorcise him, despite being a sinner myself. Or maybe it was a warning of a future battle against evil. Whatever the reason, I've come to terms with my experience. Today, at 54, I am living a normal life with my wife and daughter. Though psychiatrists diagnosed me with schizophrenia, I believe the ritual my father performed in 2004 truly cured me. This is my story, one that will stay with me for the rest of my life. This happened back in 2004, when my sister and I moved 8 hours away from our home city for college. We were renting a townhouse in Gaysad, Baguio, a place known for its eerie past. From what I was told, it used to be a coffee factory that burned down, claiming many lives. At first, everything seemed normal. But when we met a group of new friends who were into Ouija boards and ghost hauntings, things started to change. 3 of the girls in the group were sisters from a family of Manguhila, fortune tellers, and they suggested we try opening our third eye. While my sister didn't experience anything, I think I succeeded, though I wasn't ready for what came next. It all began after our late-night drinking sessions and Ouija board games. One night, I was in my bedroom ironing clothes for the next day. As I placed the iron by my bedside, I caught a glimpse of a black entity standing at the foot of my bed. Startled, I looked again, but nothing was there. Freaked out, I turned off the light and crawled into bed, but part of me was oddly intrigued. I thought to myself, if it's real, show me more. I didn't realize how much I'd regret that challenge. That night, I had a vivid dream. I felt a massive arm wrap around me, dragging me toward my cabinet. When I looked up, I saw someone, or something, inside. It was hunched over, wearing a hoodie, and before I could make out its face, the arm's owner stood up, yelling something incomprehensible. Then I woke up. Terrified, I stayed frozen in bed, unable to move. My sister had already left for class, so I was alone. I suddenly heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom door. Gathering the courage to peek under the door, I saw shoes moving back and forth, but no one was there. I was so scared that I hurriedly dressed and left the house, determined to get away from whatever it was. Later that day, I returned home and started cleaning while waiting for my sister. As I mopped the floor, I heard movement coming from my bedroom. Frustrated and sleep-deprived, I thought to myself, if you're real, I dare you to say my name. And then it happened. Clear as day, I heard my name being spoken. I dropped everything and bolted out of the house. My neighbor saw me and asked what was wrong. I tried explaining, but of course, he didn't believe me. Despite my fear, I knew I couldn't stay outside forever. I went back in, found the holy water my religious mother had left in the closet, and started praying as I sprinkled it around the house. I prayed harder than I ever had before. The activity didn't escalate further after that, but the experience stayed with me. Years later, I learned from the landlady that a massive fire had occurred in the 1980s, destroying the property and taking many lives. Perhaps the entity I encountered was one of the souls trapped in that tragedy. Now that I live in the United States, I still remember every detail of that haunting. I'll never forget the feeling of hearing my name being spoken by something unseen, or the regret of provoking something I didn't fully understand. That townhouse in Gayasad remains one of the most chilling experiences of my life. In 2004, I started working at a call center in Davos City. Since I wasn't originally from the area, my friends and I decided to rent a boarding house close to the office. We found a newly built one on the third floor of a house. The first floor belonged to the owners, where they had their living area and a small sari store. The second floor had a couple of rooms, while the third floor was exclusively for boarders. It had 5 rooms, its own entrance, and a separate staircase, which was convenient for our irregular schedules. The third floor was simple but spacious. When you reached the top of the stairs, there was a hallway with 5 doors, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. At the back were the dining table, a sink, and the bathroom. Beside the dining area was a large open window without grilles or jalousies, just a tarp to keep out the rain. I lived there with 4 friends, all of whom were gay, though not cross-dressers. Being the only girl, I felt safe with them since we were from the same province and spoke the same language. At first, everything was fine. Our routines revolved around work and rest. Sometimes one of us would have a day off while the others worked nights. If someone stayed behind, we'd return to find the third floor clean and tidy. But as time passed, strange things began happening. One night, my friend Al, who was off work, told us he couldn't sleep. He heard footsteps on the stairs and assumed one of us had come home. He stepped out of his room, called out, but saw no one. The following night, while washing dishes, he heard the same sound. When he looked toward the stairs, no one was there. Feeling uneasy, he went back to his room. We brushed it off, saying it was probably noise from the second floor. Another time, Rick had a similar experience. He woke up when someone called his name. Thinking it was one of us, he got up and checked outside his room, but the hallway was empty. He realized we were all at work and couldn't explain what he'd heard. One evening, Jen and I both took a day off, and Al and Rick stayed home too. Ace was the only one working that night. Jen had a guest over, and we had a small drinking session. No one got drunk, and we all went to bed around 2 a.m. The next morning, as we sat having coffee, Jen told me he'd seen something. While trying to fall asleep, he noticed the shadow of a man sitting on the wall outside his window. His room was at the end of the hallway, and his window faced a tall wall. He could only see the legs dangling, but he was sure it was a man. The next day, he realized no one could have climbed up there. It was too high, and the wall led to a neighbor's roof deck. One night, I was home alone on my day off. It was around 10 or 11 p.m., and I was washing dishes when I felt a strange heaviness. I thought I heard footsteps on the stairs and turned to look, but no one was there. The air felt thick, and I sensed someone watching me. I glanced at the open window, but it was empty. Suddenly, my back grew unbearably hot, as if someone was standing right behind me. I felt dizzy, like all my energy was being drained. Panicked, I stumbled to my room, locked the door, and left the lights on. Exhausted, I fell asleep almost immediately, even though I was terrified. After all these experiences, we started calling the presence Uncle. Though we didn't welcome him, we didn't try to get rid of him either. The landlord later told us that the third floor hadn't been blessed yet, which might explain the strange occurrences. Despite everything, we stayed until the end of our lease. Looking back, we still remember the footsteps, shadows, and eerie sensations. Living on that third floor was an unforgettable and chilling experience. My name is Vladimir, 23 years old, born and raised in the Philippines. I now live in Canada with my parents, but I'll never forget an incredible experience I had when I was 6 years old, visiting my grandparents in Aklan. At the time, we lived in Manila, but I would spend vacations at my grandparents' house, which was on top of a mountain surrounded by trees. The road to their house was so narrow and steep that cars couldn't reach it. Only motorbikes could go halfway up before it became too difficult. From there, it was a 15 to 20-minute walk through the trees to reach their home. My grandfather was alive then, and I was his first grandchild. He loved taking me on walks through the woods to explore. One afternoon, he brought along a big knife to clear the way and a sack to collect fruit and vegetables for my grandma. As we walked, we came across a massive Indian mango tree, so tall that you couldn't reach its branches. The tree was full of green mangoes, ready for harvest. My grandfather used a stick to knock the mangoes down while I collected them and put them in the sack. As I was busy picking up the mangoes, a man suddenly appeared. He wore a white shirt, blue jeans, and no shoes. He looked to be in his 20s, tanned, and even a little handsome. He asked me to come with him, saying he wanted to show me something. At 6 years old, I didn't know about stranger danger, and he didn't seem scary, so I followed him. As we walked deeper into the woods, we came upon something unbelievable, a huge mansion, shimmering gold from top to bottom. Everything about it was golden, the walls, the floor, the furniture, even the bookshelves and books. It was like stepping into a dream. The door opened by itself as if it were automatic. Inside, I saw a grand staircase so wide it looked like 2 cars could drive up it side by side. The man led me upstairs to a long table filled with delicious-looking food, like what you'd see at a feast during Christmas or New Year. At the head of the table was an empty chair, a plate, and an empty glass. He gestured for me to sit, so I did. He then placed a plate of food in front of me. At first, it looked like rice, but when I looked closer, the grains were moving, tiny white worms wriggling on the plate. He asked me to eat, but I refused. I shook my head, saying I didn't want it. He didn't argue. He just smiled and said he would take me back. We walked back down the stairs and out through the door. As soon as I stepped outside, everything went white, a blinding light so bright I had to close my eyes. Then I heard my grandfather shouting my name. When I opened my eyes, I realized I was sitting at the top of the giant mango tree. My grandfather was below, frantically looking around for me. When I called out, he looked up, his face a mix of relief and confusion. He couldn't understand how I'd ended up in the tree. It was too tall for even an adult to climb without help. He told me to jump, promising to catch me. I did, and he held me tightly before grabbing his knife and running back through the woods to get us home. At home, my grandparents asked me what had happened. I told them everything, the man, the golden mansion, the food, and how I ended up in the tree. My grandmother was relieved that I hadn't eaten the food. She explained that the man was likely a guardian of the forest, or a fairy. She said there's a belief that if you eat food offered by such beings, you'll never return to the human world. You'll stay with them forever. She believed the man must have liked me, which is why he approached me but didn't harm me. Even now, my grandmother and I laugh about my grandfather's panicked face that day. But what still baffles me is what happened after. My grandfather and his friends went back to the mango tree to investigate. To their shock, the tree was gone. It was as if it had never been there. To this day, I'll never forget that strange and magical experience. It's a story that stays with me, a reminder of how mysterious the world can be. When I was 10 years old, we moved to a house near a river surrounded by fields. It was behind the elementary school I attended, and my classmates who lived nearby quickly became my playmates. One of them, Marianne, was especially excited since I was now living close by. We often played near my house after school, where there was an open area and some fields. Behind the house, near the bathroom, stood an ipple tree. The house was a simple bungalow with 3 bedrooms, a combined kitchen and dining area, and a balcony that served as a receiving area. My brother and I shared the smallest bedroom, which we called the male's room. It had 2 windows, one near our bunk bed and another opposite the door, both fitted with wooden jalousies and white floral curtains. My sisters shared the other bedroom, and my parents had their own room. One day at school, Marianne told us about a strange dream she'd had. In the dream, we were playing near the ipple tree behind my house when we saw a headless man standing beside it. In her dream, we panicked and ran when the man suddenly moved toward us. She said she woke up before anything else happened. At the time, we thought it was just a silly dream and didn't give it much thought. Months passed, and I forgot all about her dream. One night between December 1997 and February 1998, I went to bed as usual, sleeping on the lower bunk of our double-deck bed. My head was near the door, and the lights were off. Sometime in the night, I woke up feeling uneasy, like someone was watching me. As I searched for my blanket with my feet, my eyes passed over the window across from the door, and that's when I saw it. A severed head was floating outside the window. It was just beneath the curtain, glowing faintly as if it had its own light. I could see the head clearly. It was the head of a man, with features that looked like a mix of Spanish and Filipino, possibly from the Spanish or American era. My entire body froze. Goosebumps covered me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Terrified, I slowly grabbed my blanket and covered myself completely, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't dare move, but my mind raced with what to do next. First, I prayed. I begged God to make the severed head go away. After praying, I peeked out from under my blanket, but the head was still there. It moved slightly, its eyes darting left and right as if it was searching for something. Horrified, I hid under the blanket again. I didn't shout for help because I feared my father would scold me. He didn't like being disturbed over what he might consider childish fears, and I worried he wouldn't believe me. I also hoped it was just my imagination, so I peeked again, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But then the head tilted slightly to the left, clearly moving on its own. Desperate for an explanation, I prayed for the wind to move the curtain, thinking the shape might just be a trick of the fabric. But when the wind blew, the head didn't change. Instead, it suddenly stopped moving, looked directly at me, and smiled. Terrified, I ducked under the blanket again. I prayed again, asking for morning to come quickly, hoping the sunlight would make the apparition disappear. It felt like forever, but eventually, I noticed light creeping through the window. As the sun rose, the head started to fade. Slowly, it became a thin silhouette before disappearing completely. I stayed under the blanket until I was sure it was gone, shaking and drenched with sweat, and because I had wet the bed out of fear. The next morning, I told my family what had happened. They advised me to pray before bed and investigated both inside and outside the room. When I mentioned Marianne's dream about the headless man, my mother said the head might have been looking for its body, which could have been buried near the ipple tree behind the house. To this day, I still remember the fear I felt that night. Whatever it was something I'll never forget. This story happened in 2006 when my grandmother on my father's side passed away. I was 11 years old and in elementary school at the time. In the Philippines, it's traditional to hold a wake at the family's house for 5 to 7 days after someone dies, giving relatives time to visit and pay their respects. My grandmother's funeral was held at my father's family home in Aklan, a province in the Philippines. During the wake, it's common for families to organize games to keep visitors entertained. Card games like Tongits, Lucky 9, and poker were played, and bingo was especially popular. As expected, most games involved betting money, making them even more exciting. On the 7th and final night of the wake, I was playing bingo with my cousins. It was already past midnight, since they were handing out snacks to everyone. The game was lively, with everyone laughing and having a good time. We played at a long table, with matching long benches instead of individual chairs to save space. I was seated near the end of the bench, with no one on my left. My cousin was on my right, and another cousin sat across from me. As we played, I suddenly felt someone pat me on the shoulder from behind. I turned around and saw a boy standing there. He looked at me and said, "They're calling you," while pointing toward the house. When I looked in the direction he was pointing, I saw my parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunts standing on the balcony. They were waving at me, clearly signaling for me to come over. Frustrated at being interrupted during the game, I mouthed, "Why?" to them. My grandmother on my mother's side gestured and said, "Just come here for a minute. We need to ask you something." Reluctantly, I got up and walked over to them. It wasn't far, just about 10 steps away. When I reached the balcony, my mother grabbed my hand and led me straight to our bedroom, making me sit on the bed. Confused, I asked, "What's going on?" I was still playing. I noticed my aunts standing by the door, whispering to each other, looking uneasy. My grandmother came into the room and said, "Just stay here for now." Moments later, they called all my cousins who were playing bingo inside the house too. Everyone seemed tense, and I didn't understand why. Then one of my aunts, who had just entered the room, said, "It's gone." Confused, I asked, "What? What's gone?" My mother sat down in front of me and hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "While you were playing bingo, there was a black lady sitting on your left side. Her eyes were pure red, staring at you without blinking." I felt a chill run down my spine. After hearing that, I didn't go back outside to play bingo, and neither did my cousins. Our parents strictly forbade us from leaving the house for the rest of the night. Between 1998 and 2000, my family lived in my father's hometown of San Carlos City, Pangasinan. We moved there after our house in Marikina was demolished to make way for a government project connecting Marcos Highway to C5. Since we had to leave quickly, my parents decided we'd stay in the province for a while. The house we moved into was an old, Spanish-style 2-story home, built after World War II. The ground floor was made of stone and cement, while the second floor was wooden, with sliding K-pie shell windows. It was surrounded by trees and had a lot of history, which made it both charming and creepy. In front of the house was a vacant lot that served as a garage, with a large jackfruit tree. Beyond the lot was the road and the river. At the back of the house was another vacant lot filled with fruit trees, starfruit, guava, santal, camansi, sugar apple, mango, anato, and more. My father and I even planted banana trees there. The house had a simple layout. You entered through a door in the middle of the front wall. To the left was a staircase to the second floor, and to the right was the living and receiving area. Under the stairs was our altar, and beside it was a room where my grandfather had passed away, divided from the living area by just a curtain. This room was beneath the second-floor terrace. Behind the living area was the dining room and kitchen, with a door leading outside. Upstairs, the terrace overlooked the starfruit tree, and a door led to a large room divided into 2 smaller spaces by a wooden partition. The house had many windows for ventilation, but the creepiest feature was an old mirror between the 2 front windows on the second floor. The mirror faced the partition door and a window that looked out over the backyard trees. Something about it always felt eerie. The house had been inherited by my father from his parents. Before us, it was occupied by 2 elderly aunts, who moved out when we arrived. My eldest sibling stayed in Marikina for work, so it was just me and 3 other siblings, my 2 older sisters and my younger sister, living there. My parents visited every few months, staying for a few weeks at a time. On our first month in the house, one night stood out. Before bed, the neighborhood animals became unusually noisy. Dogs barked endlessly, cats meowed, ducks quacked, and cows blew air loudly through their noses. Despite the commotion, we slept on the second floor as usual. The next morning, we overheard neighbors chatting outside the house. They were wondering why 2 ducks had been found on our rooftop. Puzzled, we listened as one of our neighbors, who was also our cousin, shared something shocking. He said that the previous night, he had looked outside to investigate the noise. To his horror, he saw a man standing on our roof. But when the figure moved, he noticed its head wasn't human, it was shaped like a horse's. It was a tikbalang, a creature from Filipino folklore with a human body and a horse's head. Our cousin believed the tikbalang might have been welcoming us to the community. When I tried to ask more questions, my mother stopped me, saying it wasn't a child's place to join adult conversations. Later, I learned that domestic animals like dogs, cats, ducks, and cows are natural enemies of such entities. Perhaps the ducks had flown onto the roof to drive the tikbalang away. Whatever the case, it was a chilling start to our life in that old house. When I was a baby, my family lived in a large house in Manila. It was big enough to house 3 to 4 families, with 1 bedroom on the first floor and 5 on the second. My father's parents had built the house so all their children and their families could live together. My father had 6 siblings, so at any given time, 8 to 10 people were living there. The house was still under construction, with plans for it to eventually have 4 floors. My parents and I shared a room on the second floor. Since I was their first and only child at the time, they didn't want me sleeping in a crib alone. They kept me in the middle of their bed at night, with my mom on one side and my dad on the other. One morning, my mom woke up and realized I was gone. She thought I might have rolled off the bed, so she quickly checked the floor and under the bed, but I wasn't there. I was less than a year old and couldn't crawl yet, so the situation was puzzling. She woke my dad, who panicked when he saw I was missing. They thought someone in the house might have taken me, so they checked the door to their room, but it was still locked from the inside. They rushed out and started waking my uncles, aunts, and everyone else in the house, asking if anyone had come into their room and taken me. Everyone insisted they didn't know anything, and most had just woken up themselves. My parents began to fear I had been kidnapped. Then, as they went downstairs to the living room, they saw me. I was sitting on the couch, my back propped up against it to keep me steady since I couldn't sit upright on my own yet. I was laughing, staring at something to my right as if someone or something was there. And in my right hand was a lollipop. My parents rushed over and picked me up. They were relieved but completely baffled. The front door and gate were still locked, so no one from outside could have come in. They couldn't understand how I had gotten off the bed, unlocked their door, gone down the stairs, climbed onto the couch, and ended up sitting there with a lollipop, especially since no one in the house had one at the time. To this day, my parents still don't have an explanation for what happened. The second story is about my cousin when he was 3 years old. I was in elementary school at the time, so I didn't witness it myself, but my aunt, uncle, and grandparents were there. They shared this story with me later. One day, my family was having a beach outing. The adults were busy chatting, cooking, and relaxing while the kids played in the sand. At some point, one of the children ran over to tell the adults that my cousin had disappeared. Confused, they asked what the child meant. The child explained that my cousin had run off, but they didn't know where or why. The adults immediately started searching for him. It was a private beach with few people around, so it should have been easy to find him, but they couldn't. They checked the rest house, the playground, the washroom, and even the cottages, but he was nowhere to be found. Fearing the worst, they began searching the water, thinking he might have gone for a swim and drowned. After about 30 minutes, one of the rescuers finally found him. He was standing by the shore, looking out at the sea, laughing and waving as if saying goodbye to someone. But there was no one there. My uncle and aunt ran to him, hugged him tightly, and asked where he had been. My cousin told them. There was a white man who asked me to play with him, so I went with him. When they asked who the white man was, he said he didn't know. My cousin explained that he wanted to keep playing, but the man told him his parents were looking for him, and he needed to go back. Strangely, my cousin was holding a lollipop in his right hand. When they asked where he got it, he said, "The white man gave it to me." This story still sends chills down our spines. How could a 3-year-old disappear like that on a nearly empty beach and return unharmed with a lollipop in hand? And who was the white man? My family never found an answer, but we're grateful my cousin came back safe. I live in a peaceful, rural community north of Dumaguete City, on the island of Negros in the Philippines. The area is surrounded by tall fruit trees like mango, jackfruit, and marang, along with mahogany trees. Many of the older residents believe that elementals or fairies live among the trees, protecting the natural balance of the place. One late afternoon in the late 1990s, the neighborhood's usual calm was broken by the loud roar of 2 Harley-Davidson motorcycles. These bikes had open exhaust pipes, making their engines extremely noisy. They were being driven by 2 Americans in their 50s with long hair and beards. Dressed in sleeveless denim vests and jeans, they looked like stereotypical biker outlaws. The men stopped in front of a neighbor's house to ask about rental bungalows. As they talked, the motorcycles' engines were left idling, their distinct, loud, potato potato sound echoing across the area. Then, for some reason, the bikers revved their engines to full throttle, creating an unbearable racket. It was so loud that even my kids came out of the house to see what was happening. After about 10 or 15 seconds, both motorcycles suddenly fell silent at the exact same time. At first, I thought the men had turned off the engines themselves, but it soon became clear that wasn't the case. They began frantically trying to restart the bikes using their kickstarters, but no matter what they did, the engines wouldn't start. For the next 30 minutes, they struggled, cursing and sweating from the effort. Eventually, they left the neighborhood to get a mechanic. When they returned, the mechanic thoroughly checked both motorcycles but couldn't find anything wrong. Still, the bikes refused to start. After nearly an hour and a half, they gave up and hired a truck to tow the motorcycles out of the subdivision. They never returned. Many of the senior residents believed the elementals had intervened to silence the bikes and restore peace. Another strange event happened in the early 1990s, involving my wife and her 3-year-old niece. At the time, my wife often babysat her niece while the child's parents were at work. One morning, my wife was preparing lunch in the kitchen while the little girl played nearby. A radio cassette player in the room was tuned to an FM station, playing pop songs. The little girl threw a tantrum when my wife scolded her for playing too close to the stove. In frustration, the child let out a loud, high-pitched scream. At that exact moment, the music on the radio abruptly stopped. When my wife checked the radio, she noticed that the selector switch had been turned manually from radio to tape. This made no sense, as no one was near the radio at the time, and there was no cassette tape in the player. My wife was certain that something unseen had caused the radio to stop, possibly irritated by the noise. The last experience happened about a year ago and involved my weed whacker. This 2-stroke machine is as loud as an old motocross bike when operated at high speeds. I used it to cut grass in our yard and often worked outside the fence along the roadside. Sometimes I would run the machine at full throttle for extended periods, and on 2 separate occasions, it suddenly stopped working mid-operation. Each time, the engine died and wouldn't restart, no matter how many times I pulled the starter. I knew it wasn't overheating because I let it cool down for an hour, and it still wouldn't work. I also knew it wasn't a fuel issue since I'm always meticulous about preparing the gas and oil mixture. When I took it to a mechanic, he found nothing wrong with it. After cleaning the machine briefly, it would start again without any issues. Since then, I've been careful not to run the weed whacker at full throttle for too long. I've come to believe that the elementals in the area don't appreciate the loud noise, and this might be their way of reminding me to keep things quiet. These experiences, while unexplained, remind me of the unseen forces that might still exist around us, especially in places where nature remains strong and undisturbed. This is one of my many paranormal experiences while traveling. On March 11, 2017, my friends and I decided to spend some time together since we hardly saw each other due to work. We planned a short getaway, a 2-day, 1-night stay in Tagaytay, Philippines. For those unfamiliar, Tagaytay is a beautiful place with a cool climate, ranging from 24 to 27 degrees Celsius, sometimes even lower. I wasn't fully prepared for the trip because I had just returned from a previous one in Palawan, Mindoro. However, I didn't want my friends to think I didn't value our time together, so I packed my bag and joined them. We arrived in Tagaytay around lunchtime. The day was spent enjoying the sights, taking selfies and group photos, and indulging in local food and products. Later, we checked into a hotel near Calamba Road. There were 4 of us, all girls, and we shared a room that was spacious enough for everyone. After dinner, we gathered around my friend's laptop to watch a movie we had all been looking forward to. That's when one of my friends, let's call her N, insisted we turn the air conditioner on full blast because she felt hot. I was confused. It was already freezing in the room, probably around 19 to 20 degrees. I told her there was no need, but then another friend, S, chimed in, agreeing with N. They both insisted, while I argued that the room was already cold enough. After some back and forth, I gave in, tired from the day, and let them turn the aircon on. We eventually finished the movie and went to bed. However, I couldn't sleep well, still annoyed from our earlier argument. After some time, I got up to use the washroom. On my way, I noticed S tossing and turning in her bed, mumbling and cursing about how hot it was in the room. I started to panic and woke up another friend, J. Together, we tried to wake S, but instead of responding, she made strange, agonizing sounds, like she was being tortured. J suggested it might be a medical issue, but N, a registered nurse, was fast asleep, and we didn't want to disturb her. I told J that this didn't feel normal. Creeped out and unsure what to do, I crawled into bed next to J, and we both tried to convince ourselves it was nothing. Eventually, we forced ourselves to sleep. The next morning, we asked S if she was okay and if she still felt hot. She said she was fine and didn't remember much from the night before. However, she told us about a disturbing dream she'd had. In the dream, she was chained in a dark room, and someone, or something, was pressing hot charcoals onto her body. That terrified me. I immediately suggested we visit a nearby church to light candles and pray, hoping nothing bad would happen to us. The others agreed, and we made our way there before continuing with our day. I live with my dad in the house I grew up in. It was built in the 1940s, and while I don't like calling it haunted, it feels too negative. There are things that happen here that can only be described as paranormal. My brother has always been sensitive to such things, experiencing them since he was a child. But I didn't start noticing anything until I was around 18 or 19. My sisters also only started having strange experiences in their teens. It seems my brother is more attuned to the paranormal than the rest of us. After college, I moved out to join the military but returned to the house after my mom passed away to keep my dad company. I left the military and started a civilian job. For the first week back, nothing unusual happened. Then one day, after a job interview, I came home and heard my dad talking in his room. The conversation was loud, almost like an argument, though I couldn't make out the words. Assuming someone was with him, maybe my brother or a cousin, I settled in the living room to watch TV. Moments later, my dad walked in through the front door. I froze. The realization hit me like a shock. There was no way he could have left his bedroom, gone out the window, and entered through the front door. Our house has only one entrance, and the backyard can only be reached by going around the house. Dad saw the look on my face and asked what was wrong. I explained, and he told me he'd been visiting a friend in the hospital. We checked his bedroom, but it was empty, and the window was locked from the inside. Whoever or whatever was in his room wasn't my dad. Another room in the house gives me chills. It used to be my sister's, and I sometimes slept there because it was the only room with air conditioning. What I hated about it was the dresser with its large mirror at the foot of the bed. It always made me uneasy. Whenever I slept there, I would wake up to a faint but clear voice calling, "Susan." None of us know anyone named Susan. The voice didn't come from a specific direction but was loud enough to hear. It never said anything else, just, "Susan." Despite the unease, the lure of a cool room would sometimes draw me back, though I've avoided it for years now. My sister claimed she never heard the voice, but a cousin who stayed with us last Christmas had the same experience. Another unsettling experience happened the night before I left for boot camp. I was in the backyard with my cousins and friends, having a small gathering. I don't drink much but join them for the company. After sending everyone home, except one cousin who was too drunk to drive, I started cleaning up around 11 p.m. My dad came outside to help. As we worked, I heard a voice say, "You should not have done that." I thought it was my dad, but when I looked at him, he seemed just as confused. Then we both heard the voice again, the same words, this time coming from the basement window. When we checked, the basement was dark, and the door was still padlocked. The voice was distinctly male, and it shook both of us. A few weekends ago, my girlfriend visited and brought us dinner. While my dad and I chatted in the living room, she set the table in the kitchen. When she called us to eat, I was surprised to see she had set the table for 6 instead of 3. She then asked why I hadn't told her my sister's kids were visiting, saying she would have brought more food. Confused, I told her it was just the 3 of us. She insisted she'd heard children laughing and running up and down the stairs. My dad and I hadn't heard anything. These experiences happened in the house I grew up in, the only place I ever truly called home. My parents sold it 5 years ago, and though I didn't understand their reasons then, I think back on it often, especially because of the strange and paranormal events I experienced there. The house was built when I was just 3 months old, in an old subdivision in Iloilo City. My parents said they wanted a home of their own after I was born. Neighbors often said our lot was one of the scariest in the area. They told stories about falling stars landing on the lot before the house was built, which they believed were actually spirits. What amazed me was how consistent these stories were, as if everyone in the community had agreed on them. When I was a child, I shared a room with my nanny. Our room was in the middle of the house, with my parents' room on one side and my sister's room on the other. The only thing separating my parents' room from ours was a divider, so we could easily hear each other through it. As a child, I had nightmares almost every night, probably because of the scary things I watched on TV. I would wake up crying and sweaty, and even though my nanny was just beside me, I'd always knock on my parents' door and sleep with them. I'd lie on the side of their bed near the wall. That was the only way I felt safe enough to fall asleep again. When I became a teenager, the house underwent major renovations. My parents' room became my room, my old room became the maid's quarters, and the garage was converted into a new room for my parents. The backyard was also expanded, with 2 ways to access it, one through the garage and the other through the dining room. One day, I decided to go to the backyard through the dining room. On my way, I passed my nanny, who was walking in the opposite direction. I told her I was heading outside. But when I got there, she was already in the backyard, talking with the maids. Shocked, I ran back inside, scaring everyone. They thought something had happened, but I just laughed and said I was playing a prank. It wasn't until years later that I learned about the concept of a doppelganger. The house seemed to reflect my emotions and state of health. Once, when I had a fever that lasted almost a week, everyone in the house became hostile. My parents argued, my sister fought with the maids, and even my nanny was upset. My nanny also claimed she'd hear angry voices in the house whenever I was sad and once saw someone lying in the maid's bed even when no one was there. After we moved to a new house, the master bedroom in the old house stayed unoccupied most of the time. My parents only visited occasionally, usually on weekends. One day, while everyone was at the dining table, I went into the master bedroom to grab some unused items. When I closed the door behind me, I felt a strong tug from the other side, pulling it open slightly. It wasn't the door sticking or dragging, it felt like someone was holding it. Everyone at the table stared at me, startled, but I just laughed and joked. Someone in there didn't want me to close the door yet. Another strange incident happened when my sister and I both had fevers that lasted more than a week. My mom, a doctor, felt helpless because she couldn't cure us despite her expertise. On the last day of our fevers, she came to check on me, and I told her I had dreamed of my grandfather smiling at me. She dismissed it as a hallucination. But when she went to check on my sister, they both smelled the perfume my grandfather used when he was alive. Soon after, my fever broke, and I felt fine. Later that day, my sister also recovered. I often experienced sleep paralysis in that house. It felt like I couldn't move or scream, even though I tried. Strangely, my nanny always claimed she heard me calling her name through the divider, and would come to wake me. But I never actually called for her. I was only trying to scream. So who was calling her name? My family moved to our new house in 2014. It's located in an exclusive subdivision and was designed by my brother. The house is modern, newly built, and sits on what used to be farmland, now developed into a residential area. Since we didn't have to demolish any old structures, I never thought anything paranormal could happen here. But assumptions can be wrong. The house has a garage for 2 vehicles, a basement, and rooms spread across 3 floors. On the first floor, there's my parents' room and the maid's quarters, while the driver's room is outside. The second floor has 4 rooms, 1 for my brother, his wife, and their kids, 2 for my other brothers, and my room, which I share with my husband. To reach my room, you pass through a dim hallway, with the attic stairs on the right and my brother's bathroom on the left. My mom had their bathroom built outside their rooms so she could clean it. The first and second floors have concrete floors, while the attic has wooden flooring. One weekend, I stayed home to clean my room and sort out clothes I no longer wore. My older brother and his family were home too. By lunchtime, they were heading out for groceries. My brother told me before leaving, and soon I was alone in the house. I went downstairs, prepared ingredients, and started cooking rice. That's when I heard footsteps, distinct, heavy steps on a wooden floor, as if someone was going up and down the attic stairs. I immediately thought one of my brothers might still be home, so I went to check. Walking through the hallway, I climbed up to the attic. No one was there. I searched every room in the house but found no one. I started feeling uneasy. I thought maybe someone had broken in. Our attic has a large window, and I feared that a robber might have entered through it. But the windows were locked. That's when I called my husband to tell him what happened. He suggested I play loud music to make the house feel less silent and eerie. I followed his advice, and not long after, I heard the sound of my brother's pickup truck. Relieved, I went downstairs to greet him and his family, but I didn't mention what had happened. I finished cooking lunch around 2 p.m., prepared my plate, and went to my room to eat while watching TV. After about 15 minutes, I heard my brother calling me, yelling my name from downstairs. "Yes?" I replied. "Did you eat already?" he asked, sounding surprised. "Yes, I'm eating here in my room." "I thought you and Joy, his wife, were eating together in your room," I said. Okay," he replied, and I thought nothing more of it. 10 minutes later, I went downstairs to wash my dishes. My brother was eating alone in the dining room. He then explained why he'd called me earlier. He thought someone was in the kitchen preparing food because he clearly heard the sound of utensils and ceramic plates clanging. That's why he was surprised when he called and found me in my room. I told him about the footsteps I'd heard earlier when I was alone. He asked me to stay with him while he finished his meal, and afterward, we double-checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked. Afterward, we went upstairs and back to our rooms. I've been thinking about having the house blessed again. We had it blessed by a priest when we first moved in, but now I wonder if that wasn't enough. Whatever is in the house hasn't harmed us, and it doesn't feel threatening. Still, I'd like to know more about what kind of entities could cause these manifestations, their history, or why they might be drawn to our home. My family lived in a semi-exclusive subdivision in Tanza, Cavite, for over 18 years before we moved to our new house last December. The new house is close to the old one. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old. I'm 23 now and the eldest child, back at our old house. To help you picture it, our house was part of a quadruplex bungalow, where one large square was divided into 4 units. Each unit was meant for one family unless someone purchased the whole property. We used the unit beside ours as a storage space for unused items and broken appliances. It didn't have doors or jalousie windows since some kids had stolen them, so we made makeshift ones to secure our things. Eventually, we cleared everything out when someone bought the unit. In front of our house, there was a calamansi tree, breadnut tree, that we had planted. For about 10 years, we were the only family living in that quadruplex, though we had neighbors on the same street. At night, only the front of the houses was lit by street lights, leaving the surrounding areas dark. One evening around 7 p.m., I went outside to throw out the garbage. While passing by the empty unit, I saw a faint light near the roof. It was dim and vague, and I assumed it was coming from the front light of a nearby house. I shrugged it off and forgot about it. Months later, I saw something I couldn't ignore. A woman in a white nightgown. She was floating, about 7 to 10 inches off the ground, in the middle of the empty house near the front door. She was facing me, but I couldn't see her face. Her long hair flowed as if there was a breeze or a fan blowing at her. I froze for a few seconds, staring in shock, until it hit me what I was looking at. Terrified, I ran back to our house, screaming. My mom asked me what was wrong, but I didn't tell her. I knew she wouldn't believe me. After that, I made sure to throw out the garbage earlier and avoided staying outside after 6 p.m. A few days later, my mom asked me to buy something from the nearby store. I refused, but she insisted since she couldn't leave her cooking. I had no choice. To get to the store, I had to walk past the empty house. I wrapped a towel around my head so I wouldn't accidentally look at it. But as I passed the house, it felt like something was forcing me to look. And there she was again, standing by the window as if she had been waiting for me. I still couldn't see her face. Terrified, I ran to the store, sobbing. I bought what I needed and stayed there for a while, too scared to return home. Eventually, I had to walk back past the house. As I ran, I noticed the shadowy figure of a man standing by another empty unit. I screamed as I ran home. When I reached our house, my mom was outside with a neighbor, waiting for me. She asked why I took so long, so I told her everything, even about the faint light I'd seen months before. My neighbor suggested we go check it out together. I was scared but agreed. The 3 of us walked to the empty house. I showed them where I had first seen the light. After examining the area, they realized it was impossible for light from any nearby house to reach that spot. Then I pointed to where I saw the lady floating. Our neighbor stiffened. My mom asked what was wrong, but he said we should leave immediately. He later told us he had felt a strong presence there and got goosebumps. When we got home, something strange happened. I went quiet, staring at the neighbor. Later they told me that during those moments, they felt like I wasn't myself. The neighbor claimed I had smirked and glared at him, as if I wanted him dead. I only remembered staring but had no memory of smirking or glaring. Afterward they took me to a quack doctor, a traditional healer. He said the lady I had seen lived in the calamansi tree. She didn't want to harm me but wanted to be my friend. The healer told me to light a candle near the tree to appease her, and ask her to leave me alone. I did as he instructed because I couldn't bear the thought of having an unseen friend. After that, I never saw or felt her presence again. Even when I visited the old house years later, she was gone. Maybe she found someone else to befriend, and that's perfectly fine with me. I can't say my third eye is fully open, maybe just partly. I'm not like the boy in The Sixth Sense, and honestly, I don't want to be. But over the years, I've encountered ghosts, demons, and even had dreams of heaven and hell. I've also felt the presence of something beyond this world. It all started when we were living in Pangasinan. After my sister passed away, I could feel her presence, especially in our room, It used to be our room before she left. Strange things would happen. Lights would turn off. My bed would shift as if someone had lain down on the upper bunk, and I'd hear footsteps on the stairs. The morning after we learned she had died, my mom experienced something chilling. She was upstairs in her room while we were all downstairs, discussing her burial arrangements. When she came downstairs, her face was pale, and she asked, "Did anyone come down from upstairs?" We told her, "No, we've all been here." She then said, "I thought I saw someone coming down the stairs reflected in the TV, a woman in white, with her back turned." We all cried again after hearing that. During the 9 days after her death, we tried to keep the silence from overwhelming us. One evening my brother, uncle, our maid, and I were in the living room playing music. Suddenly, the radio's volume started dropping on its own. Then we heard a woman crying, and her voice seemed to echo through the house. We were frozen with fear as the radio volume went up again, drowning out the cries. It felt as though my sister couldn't accept what had happened to her. Things didn't stop there. One day, I was in the bathroom washing my face. There was a mirror in front of me. At first, I saw my own reflection, but slowly it changed to my sister's face. She was staring right at me. My head felt heavy, and chills ran up my spine. It only lasted a few seconds before my reflection returned, but I was so shaken that I left the bathroom and cried. At night, I often heard crying before I fell asleep, chairs moving downstairs, or even saw a man in white in the kitchen. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but our maid said she had seen him too. Sometimes I saw children sitting on the stairs while I was in the living room. Our apartment had 2 units. We lived in the last one, while the first unit was empty after my uncle moved out. Neighbors often said they felt a strange presence in that house. Whenever I passed it, I felt like unseen eyes were watching me, and the atmosphere was always heavy. One time, while keeping my aunt company as she washed clothes outside, I turned on the light and an old radio in the empty unit to make it feel less eerie. Jokingly I said, "There's no ghost here. Let it show itself if there is." Immediately, I felt someone sitting on the stairs. I saw feet running up, and I froze. When I looked for my aunt, she had already gone back inside. I ran after her, crying as I told my parents, but they didn't believe me. From that moment, I vowed never to challenge the unseen again. The scariest experience happened before I started my training in Eastwood. I began having frequent episodes of bangangat, sleep paralysis. I'd see myself lying in bed and feel like I couldn't breathe. It started happening so often that I grew terrified of sleeping. It got worse when I began seeing a tall figure in a black robe in my dreams. He'd appear repeatedly, saying he'd take me. Even during the day, I saw shadows. I cried constantly, afraid that if I fell asleep, I wouldn't wake up. I told my father, who has some spiritual sensitivity, about it. My mom had experienced similar things too. One night, my dad sat beside me and prayed the Apostles' Creed. As he prayed, something seemed to stop him. He had to repeat the prayer several times because it kept breaking. My husband and I also tried praying, but it felt like something was resisting us. Eventually, I wrote the prayer down and read it aloud, which gave me relief after finishing it. One morning, around 4:30 a.m., I woke up to my husband talking in his sleep. He was speaking a language I couldn't understand. At first, I ignored it, thinking he was just murmuring in a dream. But as it continued, I grew scared and woke him up. It took a while to rouse him, and when I did, I asked what he was dreaming about. He said, "It was that thing bothering you again. It said you were having bangangat again, so I prayed the Our Father." The strange part? He doesn't know any other language besides Zambal and English, yet he had been praying in a different tongue. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This happened back in 2008. A Japanese man, accompanied by some locals, approached my dad with an unusual request. They asked if they could search the lot where my grandparents' old house once stood because they believed there might be gold buried beneath it. Initially, my dad was skeptical and hesitant, but they were persistent, promising to share the gold with us if they found any. Eventually, he agreed. They began digging, and to everyone's surprise, they unearthed several items: old $1 coins, garlic-shaped gold pieces with diamonds on top, gold Buddha statues, and even some old bombs. They explained that these might have been hidden by the Japanese during the war. Everything seemed to be going well, until strange things started happening to my brother. At that time, I was in college and only came home on weekends. My mom told me that my younger brother had been getting sick often. Whenever the family sat down to eat, he would cry and point outside the window, refusing to eat. My parents tried to understand what was wrong, and eventually, my brother explained that every time he ate, he saw a short old lady walking by the same spot outside. He described her as having long grayish hair, wearing a white embroidered dress, but her face was never visible. This terrified him, and he avoided eating to escape the sight of her. One Friday night, I came home for the weekend. My dad was outside, my mom was watching TV, and my brother and I were sitting and chatting indoors. For some reason, all the windows and doors were closed. As we talked, I suddenly felt a strange chill. Goosebumps covered my skin, and I could feel a cold breeze at my back, even though the windows were shut. A strong sense of unease washed over me, as if someone was standing right behind me. My brother suddenly called out, "Eight! Big sister." I immediately stopped him and told him not to say anything. He put his hand over his mouth, trying not to speak. I told him to keep looking at me and placed my hand on his knee to reassure him that I was there and nothing bad would happen. He kept his eyes locked on mine, looking terrified. After a few tense moments, when I no longer felt the strange presence behind me, I called for our mom. She rushed inside, asking what was wrong, but before I could explain, she ran back outside in fear. Her reaction made us laugh, lightening the atmosphere. It was clear that the strange happenings were affecting everyone, including her. Later, my brother and I decided to step out to buy food. That's when he revealed that he had seen the old lady standing behind me earlier. It was the first time she had entered our house. He still couldn't see her face, but he was amazed that he could see her while I could only sense her. We tried to laugh it off, but deep inside, I was scared, especially knowing she had come inside the house for the first time, and I didn't know if it had anything to do with me. After that incident, my dad decided to stop the digging. The elders in our area had warned him that if he continued searching for gold, we might lose my brother. My dad took their advice seriously, and once the digging stopped, the strange occurrences ended too. My brother no longer saw the old lady, his health returned to normal, and he could eat without fear. Looking back, I still wonder about the connection between the gold and the old lady. Whatever it was, I'm glad my dad decided to put a stop to it before things got worse. I was born and raised in Baguio City, but despite living there for many years, my family never owned a house. We moved from one rental to another for various reasons: proximity to work, renovations, and so on. Though we had an ancestral home in the province, we never stayed there for long. At one point, we moved into a 5-story apartment building. Each floor had 3 units, but the layout was unusual. The top floor was at road level, and you had to walk down a long staircase to reach the lower floors. Our unit was on the very bottom floor, which felt more like a basement. It was the only vacant apartment at the time, so we took it. The apartment was small and dark, with just 2 bedrooms. My parents shared one room near the living room, and I stayed in the other with my 3 kids. The bedrooms didn't have windows that opened to the outside, just small ventilation windows near the ceiling that opened into the hallway. It was fine at first, especially since I worked a graveyard shift at a web design company. The darkness made it easier to sleep during the day. But things changed after a few days. The first strange incident happened one evening as I was getting ready for work. It was around 10 p.m., and everyone else was asleep. I was sitting at the edge of my bed, putting on makeup, with the door open, giving me a clear view of the living room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a little girl in a white dress run from my parents' room to the corner of the living room, disappearing behind the sofa. I froze. I knew exactly what I had seen but didn't have the courage to check behind the sofa. As I left for work, I glanced at the corner, found nothing, and tried to push the incident out of my mind. A few days later, my older brother came to visit and slept on the sofa in the living room. The next morning, when I returned from work, he told me about a strange dream he had. He said a little girl in a white dress was running around the living room and stopped at the edge of the sofa, staring at him. My heart sank. I hadn't told anyone about what I'd seen, and yet his description was identical to what I had witnessed. Soon after, my mom and my eldest son also admitted to seeing the same girl. At first, I wasn't too bothered. The girl hadn't harmed anyone, so I decided to stay quiet, especially to avoid scaring my kids. But then something happened that truly terrified me. One morning after my shift, I had breakfast with my kids before sending them off to school. Exhausted, I got ready to sleep. As I lay down, I noticed the room felt unusually cold, even for Baguio's naturally chilly weather. I ignored it and closed my eyes. I woke up to the feeling of a cold hand gripping my foot. Panicking, I looked toward the edge of my bed and saw a woman in a long black dress standing in front of my built-in cabinet. Her hair was long, her face pale, and she wore a terrifying smile that sent chills down my spine. Light from the kitchen filtered through the small window above my door, illuminating her face just enough for me to see. Before I could react, she lunged at me, suddenly sitting on my waist, her face inches from mine. Her smile was horrifying. I tried to scream for my nephew, whose voice I had faintly heard in the living room, but no sound came out, only a muffled moan. My body was paralyzed, and I couldn't move, no matter how hard I tried. Finally, I managed to wiggle my feet, and in that moment, I woke up. I sat up in bed, heart racing, scanning the room, but there was no one there. The cold still lingered. I got up and went to the living room, where I found my nephew chatting with my parents, laughing and sharing stories as if nothing was wrong. I didn't tell anyone about what had happened. We eventually moved out of that apartment into a nicer home, but I still can't explain what I experienced. I had never had sleep paralysis before living in that apartment, and it happened to me multiple times while we were there. Even so, this was by far the most terrifying experience. To this day, I can't forget the woman's sinister smile and the feeling of being trapped in my own body. Back in 2011, 5 of my colleagues and I went on a 2-day tour to Vigan, Ilocos Sur. Our bus arrived around 7 in the evening, and we checked in at an old hotel called Grandpa's Inn, where all 6 of us stayed in the same room. After unpacking, freshening up, and resting for a bit, we headed out to look for a place to have dinner. As we walked through the charming streets of Vigan, I began to feel something strange, like we weren't alone. I couldn't shake the sense that there were 7 of us in the group instead of 6. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination running wild. We found a restaurant, Café Leona, and decided to eat on the patio. We had enough chairs for all of us, but then my friend Farah requested an extra chair. I thought she needed it to place her bag on, but when the waiter brought the chair, she didn't put anything on it. Curious, I reached to place her bag on the chair, but she stopped me abruptly, saying, "Don't! It's for," before halting mid-sentence. She looked at all of us with a puzzled expression and said, "Never mind." We shrugged it off, finished our meal, strolled through the town, and returned to the inn around 10 p.m. Later that night, we all washed up and went to bed. It was nearly 11 p.m. when we were startled awake by the sound of a message tone from Caesar's phone. The tone was a recording of his daughter's voice saying, "May nagmamahal, someone loves you." Caesar didn't bother to check his phone and just went back to sleep. At 2 a.m., the same message tone went off again. I glanced at my watch and wondered who could be texting him at such an hour. This time, Caesar still didn't react, but then the tone sounded for a third time. Finally, he got up, grabbed his phone, and stepped outside. Curious, I followed him out to the hallway. I lit a cigarette, and asked him who the messages were from. He said they were from his daughter, but something didn't add up. There was only one message on his phone, from 11 p.m., nothing else. I told him not to joke about it, but I could see from his face that he wasn't joking. As we stood there, we both realized something chilling. The last two tones we'd heard were much louder than the one from his phone, and seemed to come from the walls. The walls were thick, so it couldn't have come from the adjacent rooms. Besides, the message tone was a recording of his daughter's voice, something no one else would have. We tried to brush it off and went back to our room. The next morning, we had breakfast and continued our tour. While visiting a nearby church bell tower, we stopped for ice cream at a cart outside. My friend, being generous, offered to treat us all. When the vendor asked how many people he was paying for, my friend casually replied, 7. I quickly reminded him that there were only 6 of us. He looked startled, and the others began sharing that they had also felt like there was an extra presence in our group since we checked into the hotel. We exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to make of it. Later that day, while visiting a museum, I had another unsettling experience. The museum had once been the home of Father José Burgos, one of the Gamburza priests who was executed by Garrote in 1872 for alleged treason. As I walked through one of the rooms, I saw the figure of a headless priest. I wasn't entirely surprised, given the history of the place, but it sent shivers down my spine. When I told the tour guide about what I'd seen, he nodded and said it wasn't the first time. Many other visitors had reported seeing the same apparition in that exact spot. The trip to Vigan was unforgettable, not just for the beautiful sights but for the strange and eerie events that left us all questioning what, or who, might have joined us on our journey. This story happened in Las Piñas, at the house of a dear friend I hadn't seen in a long time. She was celebrating her birthday, so a few of our college friends and I visited her. After the party, my friends left early because of the long drive home, but I decided to stay to catch up. We spent hours talking before finally calling it a night. They offered me a room on the second floor, next to the balcony. The room seemed in use for quite some time, and I couldn't help but wonder why her older brother slept in the smallest room instead. It wasn't a big deal, so I didn't ask. She gave me 2 pillows and a blanket, wished me good night, and left. Since I wasn't familiar with the room, I kept the light on, a habit of mine when sleeping in someone else's house. It was past midnight, and I was exhausted but couldn't fall asleep. I felt as though someone was watching me. Trying to shake off the feeling, I took out my iPad to scroll through Facebook. That's when I noticed something strange. In the upper left corner of the screen, I saw the faint reflection of a white silhouette standing behind me. I quickly turned around, but there was nothing there, just the empty yellow wall. Convinced it was my mind playing tricks on me, I set the iPad down and tried to sleep. Sometime later, I woke up feeling cold. My blanket was on the floor, and I couldn't figure out how it had ended up there. I checked the door, which was still locked, then retrieved the blanket and got back into bed. I was about to close my eyes when the room's lights started flickering and then went out completely. Thankfully, the street lamp outside the window provided enough light for me to see. I was about to get up to check the light switch when I realized I couldn't move. My entire body felt paralyzed. Suddenly, I saw a figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was a woman in a white dress, with long black hair and a face as dark as night. I couldn't make out her lips or nose, but her wide, gray eyes stared straight at me. Terrified, I tried to scream, but no sound came out. She started to float slowly toward me. When she reached the side of my bed, she leaned down closer to my chest, tilting her head until her face was right in front of mine. Her gray eyes locked onto mine. I struggled to move, and with every ounce of strength, I finally managed to wiggle my elbow. That small movement freed me, and as I sat up, she vanished. Panicking, I grabbed my blanket and ran downstairs to sleep on the couch. As I settled in, I heard the creaking sound of a window shutting itself. I knew it wasn't the wind, as that window faced the garage. Summoning all my courage, I spoke aloud in a polite tone, telling any spirits present that I meant no harm and was only staying for the night. After that, I managed to sleep peacefully. The next morning, I told my friend and her family about what happened. To my surprise, they weren't shocked. They shared their own experiences, including her brother's. When he used to sleep in that room, he often felt something pulling his blanket away, even while he was awake. He once heard a woman whisper, "Help me," softly in his ear. It struck me as odd that she spoke in English instead of our language. Then I remembered her gray eyes, an unusual feature for a Filipina. Perhaps she was from a different country, maybe an American. But who was she, and what kind of help did she need? Her family also mentioned their neighbors sometimes saw a ghostly old man in old-fashioned clothing sitting on the couch in the living room. No one in the house matched that description. During another visit, we were playing cards when I saw a large white butterfly fly into one of the rooms through the open door. We checked, but there was nothing there. The windows were covered with screens, so there was no way it could have entered. Her mom asked me if I could help get rid of the spirits. While I knew how, I was reluctant to intervene. It wasn't my place, and doing so could make the spirits aggressive. I'd had a close call with a similar situation in the past, a story for another time. I advised them to let the spirits be as long as they weren't causing harm. I continued visiting their house and would always speak aloud to let the spirits know I wasn't a threat. After that, I never had another strange encounter during my stays. Eventually, my friend and her family moved back to their old home in Tarlac. I haven't been back to that house since. This story is about my first paranormal experience when I was young. After my father passed away, my mother decided to leave Manila and move to her home province in the south. We rented an old two-story house, a traditional Filipino bahay-nabato that had been renovated over the years. It was spacious, with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a large backyard where the landlady raised pigs and chickens. On our first night in the house, my mom gave me a Saint Benedict medallion and told me to wear it at all times and avoid the backyard. She didn't explain why, and I assumed it was because of the animals. For the first year, everything seemed fine. The house, which felt eerie at first, grew brighter with our presence. We were happy and adjusting to our new life. But then, in our second year, strange things began to happen. One night, my mom woke up to find the chamber pot in our bedroom spilled on the floor. She thought it might have leaked, but upon checking, it was intact. The next night, the same thing happened, only this time her slippers were soaked in the spilled urine. She was shaken and asked the house helpers and my grandmother about it, but no one had an explanation. The following day, my grandmother brought home a bottle of holy water from the church, and my mom asked me not to stay alone in the bedroom. That night, she led us in prayer and sprinkled holy water in the room. She also hung a Saint Benedict medallion near our bed. Her actions scared me, confirming that something was wrong. Later that night, I woke up to my mother's scream. She was sitting up in bed, trembling. The room was dark, but I could feel the fear. My grandmother rushed in and turned on the light. The room was a mess. My toys were scattered on the floor, and my mom's belongings were thrown around as if someone had ransacked the place. My mother said she had seen a pair of glowing red eyes staring at her in the dark. That was the last night we slept in that room. From then on, we all stayed in the living room. Soon after, my mom discussed moving out with the landlady, who seemed surprised and promised to help. Meanwhile, I started having vivid nightmares. In one dream, I saw a man with burned red skin banging on our gate, staring at me from the front door. These dreams left me shaken. One day, the landlady hired an albularyo, folk healer, to investigate. My mom sent me to my aunt's house, but when I returned, she explained what the healer had discovered. The trouble stemmed from the backyard, where an old mango tree had once stood. The landlady had cut it down without performing the traditional ritual of asking permission from the spirits living in the tree. Among these spirits were an encanto, environmental spirit, and a copper tree giant. Their anger was believed to be the cause of the disturbances. My mom told me that the proper way to seek permission was to thrust a dagger into the tree and check it the next day. If the dagger remained in the tree, permission was granted. If it fell, the spirits denied the request. Unfortunately, the landlady hadn't performed this ritual, and cutting down the tree had angered the spirits. Despite the albulario's efforts, the disturbances continued, and my mom decided to move out. On the night we left, the landlady attempted to apologize to the spirits by burning incense near the tree's remains. However, as she performed the ritual, the incense fell from her hand as if knocked away, and she was violently shoved to the ground. Years later, my grandmother told me that the landlady continued to face strange events in the house. I'm just thankful we left before things escalated further. This experience left me with a lasting belief in the unseen and a deep respect for traditions and rituals. Back in 2011, I shared the scariest experience of my life, but there are other incidents that remain mysterious to me. They weren't as frightening, but they still give me chills when I think about them, especially since they involve my children. When I was pregnant with my first child, Glenn, I lived with my ex-husband at his family's house. The house had a reputation for being haunted. It stood on a lot that used to be vacant, covered with tall grass. People often said they'd seen strange things there: floating nuns, a white lady, and even gnomes. The first time I visited, I immediately felt uneasy, as if I were being watched by unseen eyes. The house was 2 stories, with bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen on both floors. My ex and I stayed in a bedroom on the ground floor near the main door. Strange things started happening after we moved in. I would wake up at exactly 3 a.m. every night to use the bathroom. One night, while I was in the bathroom, I heard the doorknob rattle, as if someone was trying to open it. I called out, "Someone's in here!" and the noise stopped. When I opened the door, there was no one there. My ex was still asleep, and his older brother was away at college. Another night, I woke up again and heard footsteps upstairs. I knew no one could be there since his mother and brother were out of town. I woke my ex and told him to check, but he refused. He just pulled the blanket over his head and told me to go back to sleep. The footsteps continued for a while before finally stopping. One night, I woke up not because of the usual bathroom trip but because of the sound of an electric piano playing upstairs. I woke my ex, and he heard it too. He hid under the blanket again, too scared to do anything. The next day, I went upstairs to check the piano. It was covered with a dusty white sheet and hadn't been touched in years. The cord wasn't even plugged in. It didn't even have a plug. My ex told me his mom had cut it off for some reason. When I asked him about all these incidents, he admitted the house had always been like that. He said it wasn't just one spirit but several, including his grandmother, who had died in the house. He said his mom even talked to the spirits when she was alone. Every time the family tried to plan a blessing for the house, strange things would happen to stop it. Most of the incidents occurred at 3 a.m., but they stopped after I gave birth. When my son was 3 months old, we moved to another apartment, and I was relieved to leave that house behind. Years later, when my youngest daughter, Zam, was about 2.5, we were living in an apartment with my parents. One morning, I was fixing the bed while Zam was watching cartoons in the living room. Suddenly, she ran to me, pale and frightened. I asked her what was wrong, and she pointed at the main door. She clutched her chest as if in shock. When I looked, I didn't see anyone. I asked her again what she saw, and she simply said, "Moo-moo. Takit ako, ghosts, I'm scared." I was scared too but didn't let it show. I picked her up, distracted her with toys, and brushed it off. Over the next few months, there were more small incidents. Sometimes she would laugh as if someone was tickling her, even though she was alone. Other times she'd stare at a wall, mumble something, and then smile or laugh. I started to think maybe she had befriended a ghost. One night, she fell asleep in my parents' room on the top bunk of a double-deck bed. My second child, Zai, had arranged pillows around her so she wouldn't fall. I was still at work, so my parents were watching the kids. Suddenly, they heard a loud thud, like someone falling. They rushed to the room, thinking she had fallen from the bed. But to their surprise, they found her sleeping soundly on my parents' bed, unharmed. The pillows on the top bunk were still perfectly in place. There was no way she could have jumped from the top bunk to the bed. It was too high, and there were no stairs or chairs nearby. When I got the call about what happened, I was puzzled. I couldn't explain it. Whatever entity is around my daughter doesn't seem harmful. It even feels protective. I hope I'm right about that, but a part of me still wonders if there's more to it than meets the eye. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My younger brother passed away in 2011. He was only 12 years old and died of severe pneumonia, just 5 days before his grade school graduation. He spent 6 days in the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, PICU, before he went home to heaven. I want to share his last days with you. On March 13th, my brother had his first seizure. Around 1 a.m., my mom woke me up, panicking. I told her to take him to the hospital. My dad wasn't home at the time. I can't remember why. My mom and aunt rushed him to the hospital while I stayed home to look after my other siblings. A few hours later, they returned, and my brother seemed fine, like nothing had happened. On March 15th, he had another seizure. This time, my mom and dad took him to the hospital. Again, they came back after a few hours, and he seemed okay. On March 17th, another seizure occurred. This time, I went with my dad to the hospital. We brought my brother in at 3 a.m., and he was moved to the PICU. At 5 a.m., I went home to get ready for school. Things were starting to feel serious, but I kept praying for his recovery. On March 23rd, before heading to school, I stopped by the hospital to bring food for my sister, who was staying with my brother. My brother was crying when I arrived. He told me he was scared because he could see things we couldn't, like his nurse's head spinning or faces in the window curtains. I comforted him, told him to pray, and handed him the Bible I had brought. He didn't want me to leave, but I had to go to class, so I promised to come back. Later that day, my dad called and asked me to bring my younger sister to the hospital. The doctor had told them to prepare for the worst. My heart sank. I knew what he meant. A few hours before my brother passed, our family and close friends gathered at the hospital. The doctor told us that it could happen any time. We cried, prayed, and clung to hope, wishing it was all just a bad dream. He flatlined twice or 3 times, and his blood pressure dropped to 60/30ths. I kept praying desperately, asking God to save him. I remembered a verse I had read in the Bible about God leading the Israelites out of Egypt to the Promised Land. I thought it meant God would restore my brother's health. But later, I realized it meant something else. God would bring my brother out of pain and into heaven. At 7:08 p.m., the doctor declared my brother dead. We were overwhelmed with grief, crying and weeping. But in the midst of our mourning, something extraordinary happened. A sweet floral scent passed through the room. It lasted only a few seconds. Our Bible study leader, who was with us, said that heaven had opened to welcome my brother. In that moment, we felt an incredible sense of comfort. It was as if God was telling us that my brother was now at peace. Later, when I was choosing a Bible verse for his picture, I said out loud, "Kuya, help me find the right verse. I don't know what to pick." And almost as if he guided me, I found John 14 verse 27. "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled and do not be afraid." That verse brought me so much peace, just like my brother did in life. It was 2008, and I was a first-year college student. As part of our NSTP class, we had a survival camp at the Jamboree site in MT Makiling. Since I had been a Girl Scout in elementary and high school, I was excited about the camp. We arrived at the campsite on a foggy morning, a typical scene for a mountain. After setting up our tents, with boys and girls assigned to separate areas, we prepared for our first activity. My group's tent was about 500 meters away from the main function hall, where some of the girls who didn't bring tents were staying. The activities were fun and challenging, though my group struggled during lunch because we couldn't get a fire going. By dinner, hunger got the better of us, and we sought help from another group to cook our food. Around 8 p.m., after we'd finally eaten, we heard our professor announce through a megaphone that we needed to pack up because the first bus would arrive at 4 a.m. Families could also fetch their kids if they wanted. The sudden announcement shocked everyone. This was supposed to be a 3-day camp. Something was clearly wrong. Curious, I asked around. What I learned left me both intrigued and uneasy. Apparently, 3 girls staying in the main function hall had been possessed. The story went that earlier in the day, during a land activity, these girls encountered a child. They were amazed when the child knew their names and played with them. That night, however, they were possessed. Locals claimed the child was an elemental spirit known for playing with visitors and that possessions had happened before at this campsite. The residents said the only way to make the spirit leave was to offer a white chicken. Our professors scrambled to find one while trying to keep everyone calm. They didn't allow anyone near the function hall, and those inside weren't permitted to leave. I called my father and asked him to fetch me. By 6 a.m. the next morning, he arrived with our van, and a few classmates joined us. One of the possessed girls had reportedly said that buses numbered 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11 would meet an accident. Since we were assigned to bus number 7, we didn't want to take any chances. I don't know what happened after we left the campsite, but the following Monday, something strange occurred. During class, our professor was informed of an emergency. One of the girls who had been possessed at the camp was acting strangely. She was at the 5th floor of the building, reaching toward the window as if trying to grab someone. It caused a panic. Later, we learned that she had been brought to a faith healer and skipped classes for a week. When she returned, I asked her if she remembered what happened. She told me she didn't recall being possessed but remembered a man at the campsite calling her. She also said that on Monday, she saw the same man at the window, beckoning her to come closer. She hadn't realized he was outside the building and could have fallen if she had moved toward him. I was my grandma's favorite grandchild, her Apo. I was born with asthma, and the doctor advised my parents to let me live somewhere with fresh air. So, I spent the first 4 years of my life with my maternal grandma in Laguna, where she took care of me. Even after I moved back home, every summer, I'd go back to her house to spend time with her. One summer, during the annual fiesta in Laguna, I had a life-changing experience. It was June, and my grandma's neighbor's grandchildren, my childhood friends, invited me to a party at the basketball court, organized by the mayor to kick off the festival. That morning, I asked my grandma for permission to go. She smiled and agreed. We had such a warm conversation, one that I didn't know would be our last. The party ended late, and I returned home around 11 p.m. or midnight. As I approached the house, I saw my grandma struggling to breathe, gasping for air. She had been diagnosed with emphysema months earlier and was asthmatic as well, so I knew she was having an attack. I panicked and woke up everyone in the house. My dad quickly got the car to rush her to the hospital. I was crying, trembling, and begging silently for her to be okay. Once they left, I stayed behind with my cousins and their spouses, and eventually, we fell asleep. The next morning, everything felt off. Usually, my grandma would wake me with morning kisses and have breakfast ready for the family. But that day, the house felt empty, even though her helpers had prepared food for the fiesta. My mom and her siblings were at the hospital taking turns in the ICU, as only 2 people were allowed to visit her at a time. While they were busy at the hospital, we stayed home to entertain the guests my grandma had invited for the fiesta. By the afternoon, I was exhausted and fell asleep on the living room couch. Suddenly, my cousin's wife, Aid Kim, woke me. I was still groggy and didn't fully catch what she was saying, but I instinctively walked toward my grandma's room on the 2nd floor. Halfway up the stairs, Aid Kim stopped me. With a heavy voice, she said, "Your grandma has passed away." Her words hit me like a ton of bricks. My chest tightened, and tears poured down my face as I ran outside. I was crying so hard I was on the verge of an asthma attack. My body felt like it was shutting down from grief. Then, something unexpected happened. A cold wind brushed against my left cheek, cool and gentle, unlike the humid June air of the Philippines. It felt like December's breeze. In that moment, my tears stopped, and the asthma attack I felt coming completely subsided. I stood there, stunned and comforted all at once. I've never believed in ghosts or anything paranormal, but I felt something in that instant. Maybe it was my grandma's way of saying goodbye. Maybe it was her giving me one last kiss, since she hadn't been able to that morning. Whatever it was, I know I'll never feel her kiss again in this lifetime, but that cold breeze will forever remind me of her love. It was the summer of 2013, and I was 17 years old. I decided to visit my older sister, Lauren, who was living at her boyfriend Dan's house with his family. She was pregnant at the time, and I thought I'd bring her some fruits and stay for a few days if they allowed. When I arrived, Dan's parents, Uncle Teddy and Aunt Sella, welcomed me warmly and insisted I stay. They were kind, hard-working farmers, and their home had a cozy, humble charm. While we were snacking, Lauren told me about something strange, a huge black bird that had been seen flying around their house at night. Locals believed it was a tick-tick, a bird used by an aswang to spy on pregnant women. Lauren was terrified, convinced the stories about aswangs might be real. She described hearing the sound of flapping wings at night and a chilling cry. Whack, whack, whack! There were even footsteps on the roof. Lauren said all she could do was pray for protection. Dan, ever protective, kept a machete, a jar of salt, and garlic in their room, ready for any danger. The first 2 nights of my stay were peaceful and uneventful. I started to think maybe the stories were just folklore. But on the 3rd night, everything changed. I woke up to the sound of screaming. It was around midnight. The wind howled fiercely outside, and I heard the unmistakable sound of large wings flapping. My heart raced as I prayed for protection and rushed to Lauren's room. When I arrived, everyone was already awake. Lauren, Juliet, Dan's sister, and Aunt Sella were huddled together, praying fervently. Dan stood guard with his machete, while Uncle Teddy was outside the room, yelling at the unseen threat to leave. We were all on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, the banging on the windows began. A massive black bird was trying to break in, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Thankfully, the windows were protected by metal grills. Dan opened the window slightly to confront the creature, and we all froze in shock at its terrifying appearance. Without thinking, I grabbed the jar of salt nearby and threw some at the bird, shouting, "Stay away from us, demon! Leave!" The creature screeched in anger and began circling the house, searching for another way in. Then we heard it, footsteps on the roof. Uncle Teddy yelled, "It's here! The aswang!" He ordered us to put salt and garlic on every window while he ran downstairs to surround the house with salt, carrying his machete. Minutes later, Uncle Teddy's shouts for help pierced the air. I ran outside, leaving the others with Dan. What I saw sent chills down my spine. Uncle Teddy was fighting a creature unlike anything I had ever seen, a man with blackened skin, glowing red eyes, sharp fangs, and claw-like nails. He was naked but covered in coarse hair. It was an aswang, and Uncle Teddy was losing the fight despite wounding it with his machete. Summoning all my courage, I charged at the creature with a kitchen knife, stabbing it in the shoulder. It let out a furious roar, grabbed me by the neck, and threw me aside like I weighed nothing. Its strength was terrifying, like 3 grown men combined. The aswang let out a deafening cry before retreating into the fields, with the massive black bird following close behind. Shaken but alive, I helped Uncle Teddy back inside. He was bleeding from deep scratches inflicted by the creature's claws. None of us slept that night. As dawn broke, Dan alerted the neighbors. Though some had heard the commotion, they were too afraid to step outside during the night. The neighbors explained that the aswang would swallow the black bird during the day to return to its human form. At night, the creature would release the bird to hunt, transforming into its demon-like self. I stayed with Lauren for 2 more weeks to make sure the Aswang didn't return. Thankfully, it never did. 3 months later, Lauren gave birth to a healthy baby boy. To this day, I'll never forget that horrifying night and the unexplainable evil we faced.